Can somebody on Zoom?
Six 29-22 and 6-7-22 special meetings and public hearing.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Council Fedora, seconded by Council Pelletier. All those in favor? Passes 7-0. And with that, our first special presentation is from Diana Furukawa from the Millinocket Memorial Library to give us a quarterly update. And I believe you're there on Zoom, Diana.
Yes, hello. Apologies for not being there in person. I had some family in the Bangor area that I really wanted to see, so I'm down here. And thank you for giving me the time to share a little bit about the library's finances. The manager and I discussed this a few months back, and we felt that it was a good idea because the library is not a town department, but it receives significant funding from the town. So we want to be really transparent with you guys and just increase communication between the town and the library. So I'm going to today, since it's my first presentation, I intend to give a really broad overview of what the landscape of the library's finances looks like, a little bit of context, and give you a snapshot of where we are about halfway through our fiscal year. I'm really open to your feedback, both the public and the council, about what is most helpful in terms of information. And I just want to reiterate that we really want to be open with you all about where taxpayer money is going. So if you have any further questions, anything you want me to go into more detail about, feel free to reach out to me after this presentation, and I'm happy to share more documentation. I've included my information at the end of the slideshow, and if anyone wants copies of the slides as well, just let me know. So I'm going to share my screen and pull up a few slides, just a moment. All right, can everyone see that?
Yes.
So just a little bit of context. I know the council is probably very familiar with this, but I just want to go over this brief timeline. So if we go back about 10 years, pre-2015, the library was a town department. It was funded at about $150,000 to $175,000 per year. In 2015, the funding was cut to about 30, and our daily operations were taken on by volunteers, which I'm so grateful for. In 2016, they were able to hire a director, and our funding has steadily increased since then. We've started writing a lot of grants to support our operations and capital campaigning to do a renovation, as most of you probably know. Bringing us up to the present, we did the renovation, launched our Mobilize Katahdin program, and town funding did continue to increase. And we also received some significant funding from the Sewell Foundation to hire 2 and eventually 2.5 more staff to maintain our operations. So it's really, staff have eclipsed volunteers in day-to-day operations. And this year we feel really lucky to have received $100,000 from the town. So we're working our way back up towards what it really takes to run the library. So just moving on to the major buckets of our funding, we have our operating account, which I'm going to be going over in more detail today. We also have sort of this middle ground area, this Sewell Foundation funding, which is from a private source. It is semi-restricted, but it's really going towards staff that are a part of our basic operations. So starting next year, I'm going to include the Sewell funding and those positions as a part of our operating budget, but they aren't included in it this year. We also have our restricted programs. So our Katahdin Gear Library program, Mobilize Katahdin, and other special projects such as community garden initiatives we're involved in, the Imagination Library program, and other small initiatives. So those are all grant funded. I get asked, I've been asked several times, are you guys just using taxpayer money to buy bikes? We're not, that's all through grants, revenue, and private donations. And same with Mobilize Katahdin, like the heating, fuel, and other things like that, and salaries associated with that program. Moving on, a few other buckets of funding, we have our savings. So we've saved up an operating reserve in case there's a loss of funding for some reason. So it should sustain us for about a year if needed. And we're also starting to invest in an endowment. We have a small amount of money that the town gave us several years ago, and we are starting to grow that with the help of Maine Community Foundation, and we're hoping to invest that to have more of a safety net. We also have some remaining capital funds from our capital campaign. Not a whole lot, but it's set aside for projects like solar panels or potentially developing more outdoor programming space on our property. So that's something that we're talking through right now, what our priorities are in that area. Just to put this in a different light, if you look at our organizational chart, any of those faces highlighted in pink, those are folks who are funded by restricted grants or programs, such as Eastern Maine Development Corporation's Youth Workforce Program that covers our interns, or the AmeriCorps program. So I just want to give you a sense of the 4 that are not highlighted, which I'll show on the next slide. Those are really what it takes to operate the library. And 3 of them are currently covered by Sewell funding. So some of you might be wondering, okay, you're not a town department now. What are you? We are a 501c3 nonprofit. We're governed by 12 members of our board of directors who are all community members and are just committed to sustaining the library and its programs. And we have these 4 staff that I've mentioned who are dedicated to our basic operations. All right. So we do have a few different budgets because we have all of these different balls in the air. Our basic operating budget this year is about $145,000 plus that Sewell money that I mentioned as well, kind of in that middle ground. Then we have our special programs, the Katahdin Gear Library at about $50,000 per year, and Mobilize Katahdin this year at about $95,000. Zooming in on the operating budget specifically, I want to talk about our different income categories that you're going to see in our budget versus actuals. As you can see, and this is just what we budgeted, not what we actually received, but the town of Millinocket makes up a large percentage of our income at this point, which is great. Thank you guys. Private donations are another big chunk. We do an annual fundraising appeal. And our Friends of the Library group, although they're not still doing a whole lot of that staffing of the library, they do book sales and auctions and other fundraising events that significantly support our budget. We do have a few other operating grants and of course, library revenue from things like faxes and copies. So those are the income categories. And to put it into more of a table form, you can see it here. So this was what we had budgeted up to June 30th. So we do a budget on a timeline. So this is what we'd expected by this point in the year. And this is our actuals. So you can see donations are a bit higher than expected, which is great. Friends are on track. And our revenue is a bit higher than expected. We get a lot of people coming in to do print jobs, which is great. Operating grants a little bit lower than expected, but some of that is just the timing of when we actually receive those funds. And the town, pretty much on track for what we expected, although it's going to exceed that given what we were allotted this year. Moving on to expenses, just a moment, freezing up here. Okay, our expense categories. So our biggest expense category is payroll. I don't know if that looks a little funny, but really it doesn't take that much. There's not very many categories it takes to operate a library. You need to have a building that's safe. It's a public space. It's a social infrastructure. That's a huge part of what we provide. So that's the facilities chunk. And you need to have people to staff that building. people who are checking books in and out, people who are doing the administrative stuff and writing the grants to help it grow, people who are either running programs or activating others in the community to run programs. You know, I'm all for the volunteer power, but it really does take someone there managing their experience, coordinating everything to make it happen and to activate even more people towards something. So once we incorporate the SUL funding, you're going to see this payroll chunk increase a lot, but that's really just because we're including the full cost of the folks involved that it takes to operate the library. Administrative costs. This includes things like the independent financial reviews that we get, our insurance, workers' comp, a little bit of fundraising, mostly to send out mailers and things like that. Collections, DVDs, books, magazines, things like that, and community engagement. So, you know, snacks that we need for programs, marketing, things like that. Moving on to the budget versus actuals up to June 30th. You can see that we're pretty much on track for our collection expenses, as well as community engagement. We've really been trying to do more marketing, putting ads in the paper to reach those who may not be online. So that's what some of that expense is you see here. Down to the facility, you can see that we're a little bit under expected on maintenance. We haven't had any major repairs, although we did have a bit of a sewage leak this weekend, so that might be going up, but it's under control. And what else? Some elevator repairs that were unexpected, so that's what that is here. Professional services. This includes things like cleaning and plowing. We used to have a few volunteers who would do our plowing for us, but they were unable this year, so that's why that is a little bit higher. And moving on to everyone's favorite, utilities. We did budget for them to increase, trying to stay ahead of the curve, and they have. Luckily, I think we're staying on track with them for now, but we'll see with the increases to heating fuel. We're very lucky to have a pellet boiler as well, so that will help offset that in the future. Down to administration. We have not done fully completed our 990 and independent financial review yet, so there's no charge there. Our insurance pretty much on track. And yeah, I don't think I have anything else to mention here for now. And then lastly, we've got our payroll. So billing and impounding, taxes for all of our employees, not just those considered under the operating budget, and our salaries, which are pretty much as expected. So all in all, I would say, big picture, we are on track with our budget for this year. And yeah, I think that's all I have for now. I'm really open to feedback from the council, from the public, about what kind of information you'd like to see, if there's anything that I can clarify at this point. But thanks again for your time.
Thank you, Diana, for that presentation. That was very well done, and to have that accessible to the public to understand where the taxpayer money goes and how it's divided and even used with other funds that you get is very helpful. So thank you. Are there any council comments or questions on this? Councilor Danforth?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Diana, that was an excellent presentation. You had really big shoes to fill with Matt Delaney leaving, and you've just exceeded, I think, a lot of our expectations. That you provided us with information that was very useful and helpful, easy to understand. And I work with you a lot, and I'm just really proud of you. I just will say that. So thank you for all the work that you're doing for our community.
Thank you, Jane.
Thank you, Councilor Danforth. Councilor McEwen?
And just thank you very much for your presentation. As been said before, the library went into a very dark time and has worked its way out of that with so many community members at the helm. And that's the real thing here, is the community that you have around you and you being the leader that is there to support them. So just thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McEwen. Councilor Madore?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for your transparency and the fact that you are willing to present the quarterly reports to us now. I think that makes a big difference in the understanding of the partnership between the town and the library now. Instead of just having it as a department of the town, it's part of a partnership. I am very impressed with the fact the way you managed to navigate. I agree with Councilor Danforth. You had huge shoes to fill and you've done it admirably. I appreciate everything that you're doing. I look forward to the library's next steps because I think it's just something that is building and building and actually is becoming that centerpiece to the town that we always thought and hoped it would be. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Dorr. Mr. Manager?
This is unmuted. Thank you, Diana. It's always a pleasure to work with you. Great view of finances. Look forward to having you back quarterly. Various meetings that we sit in partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Any other council comment? Seeing none, anyone from the public? Jesse Dumais?
Jesse Dumais, 10 Somerset Street, Millinocket, Maine. I want to say, thank you, Diana, for all that you do, and thank you to Matt for coming to town and doing this. Being on the council, being a former employee of the town, sometimes counselors and as taxpayers, sometimes you get skeptical on where money's being allotted, and especially when you're on shoestring budgets and you have to cut here and cut there. I mean, for people that haven't sat on the council, it's very, very difficult to kind of pick and choose where you want people's taxpayers' money to go. And I'll tell you, I, for one, and will admit when I'm wrong, and judging from this presentation and from what I see, my children go to the library as well. I'm very proud to say that you guys have done very well. And it's been tough, and I know it's been tough. And when I sat up there 4 or 5 years ago, it was tough then. It's tough to cut any kind of program, especially a department or a program, from anything, because you don't want to lose anything, and people feel a sense of loss from that. So I just want to say thank you, and you've made a believer out of people, you and the people that before you, and just kudos to a good job, well done, and they really pulled themselves up by the bootstraps. And thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Susan D'Alessandro, and just noting for those on Zoom, you've got to have your face visible, please, and we do not read chat as well. But Susan, go ahead.
Hi, Susan D'Alessandro, State Street in Millinocket. I just wanted to really thank Diana for the amazing work that the library does. I mean, they are truly the shining star and the heartbeat of this community. And I just can't find enough good words to say, but I really appreciate all the work and so many levels that the library does. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Any other public comment? And seeing none, thank you very much, Diana, for that presentation. We look forward to the next quarterly update. And with that, that moves us to our town council presentation regarding school matters. This is our basically sharing of a history of information for the general public to review, to hear, and to especially ask questions. The manager, I'm just going to lay out kind of how this will play out. The manager is going to.
I think the bitterness that followed her excruciating loss.
All right. The manager is going to break this out into 3 different sections, starting basically from the beginning, I guess you could say, of when a lot of the misunderstanding started until the present day. Each section will pause and ask the public if they have any questions that they want to address the council. There'll be a 3-minute limit. And obviously, any accusations towards any individuals or things like that nature will not be accepted. But certainly ask any question whatsoever pertaining to each of these areas, so that we can hopefully all get on the same page and understand each other's perspectives and how everything has basically gotten to this point. We also have Kirk Bloomer here representing us with legal. I'm sure he can better articulate some things than any of us up here can. So he will be deferred to from time to time, and also feel free to jump in if you feel the need to as well. So with that, I'll also, if a person is getting to the 3-minute mark, I'll make a little motion just so that you are aware that there's just a little bit time left to wrap up. And with that, Mr. Manager, and we'll also pull it up on the screen, I believe.
Hello. So I've been asked to put together some 3 different presentations. I'm going over 3 of the hottest topics between town and the school matters. We're going to talk about the accounts. We're going to talk about the general fund is in question. And we're going to talk about the most recent matter surrounding payroll. I'm going to be doing a lot of reading. Reading out loud in public is not a strong suit of mine. I'm going to ask you to bear with me. Doing that in front of a room of people who are seemingly upset, increasing nerve-wracking. So I'm going to please ask you to bear with me.
I know you've got the microphone on, but you're very hard to hear. Could you increase the volume of your voice on the microphone? And we're sitting in the same room with you.
Is this better?
It's a little bit better, yes.
When I when I breathe, this will make things different.
Thank you, Bill, for letting us know.
Thank you for doing that early in the presentation. So I'm going to be screen sharing. First, a timelined document, an overview of the information compiled for the Freedom of Information Act request that was submitted by the Bangor Daily News that occurred before the very first article happened in this related to the account matter. Now, the entirety of that file has been, the entirety of all 3 of these files has been uploaded to our website under public documents. And before I jump in, I will show you how to get there. When you go to the Town of Millinocket website, under the oh, you're not seeing the screen, sorry. All right. When you go to the Town of Millinocket website, at the top you find the Government tab. Underneath the Government tab, you find Public Documents. When you click there, we've added these documents to the top of that under town/school. First 2, it's a very large file. It contains a lot of email correspondence that I'm going to give a high-level overview of this evening. This is the Bangor Daily News Freedom of Information Act. That's what those acronyms are. The second file is the general fund description and the supporting documents. That was sent to the school recently, and it includes the confirmation from our auditor that that what we were saying was accurate. The third file is the email correspondences surrounding payroll matter. Bit of a delay there. I will zoom in. Everybody see this all right? All right. In this overview, you will find documentation of the auditor's discovery of accounts holding considerable amounts of money that were not in compliance with the law and not being reported. You will find legal opinions provided by the town's attorney as well as the legal counsel for the Katahdin Federal Credit Union, acknowledging the need to bring these accounts into compliance. You will also find multiple attempts to explain the issue and work together to resolve. The entire Freedom of Information Act request that this presentation is based off of can be found on the Town of Millinocket website. So this all began in August of 2021. The email, most of this is email correspondence. Treasurer to superintendent regarding the bank accounts and the auditor's instructions on account authorization. Superintendent to treasurer acknowledging the auditor's instructions, and then the town attorney, superintendent, treasurer, interim manager, explaining the accounts in question and suggesting a meeting with the school superintendent and bookkeeper to discuss. In October, superintendent to town attorney, treasurer, bookkeeper, food service manager, hello, after consultation with our accountant and being informed that the school department is not violating any laws holding these accounts, I have made the decision that the accounts will remain in the possession of the school department as they have. Treasurer, town attorney, and others set up a face-to-face meeting and follow-up. And including an email response from auditor Sells, name is Ron Smith. Statute says municipal treasurer has the responsibility for all town funds, including municipal school departments and the school funds mentioned in this email. In November 2021, email from the town attorney to the superintendent with interim town manager and treasurer CC'd. The attachment attached are copies of the state statutes concerning the duties and authority of the treasurer, relevant Millinocket charter, and administrative code provisions. Further stated, town funds must be in an account controlled by the treasurer. Funds can only be dispersed on the authority of a warrant. November 9th. Follow-up meeting with the superintendent, interim manager, and treasurer. November 16th was a school board meeting. Agenda item 9 that night was to see if the board would approve Millinocket's, the town of Millinocket's request to turn over the food service account and maybe should say scholarship account. I was there at that point in time. From the Stearns Junior Senior High School in Grant Street to the town of Millinocket. And noting that that would have to go through the warrant process to be paid. The school board opposed that vote 0-5, not turn those accounts over to the town. I was chair of the school board at that time. November 17th, superintendent, the interim town manager, informed the interim town manager of that school board vote. Town attorney contacts the council chair explaining following. The reality is that the school lunch account was not set up properly in the first place and has continued without proper authorization since. If the school department insists on maintaining an legal account, cannot ignore that situation any longer and need to close that account and reopen it at the Bangor Savings Bank in the town's depository per your last council order. under the authority of the town treasurer, who will then disperse funds from time to time upon receipt of a warrant, as with all other accounts.
And just noting something, when it references warrants every one of these times, this is school board warrants. This is not town warrants. So when the treasurer is given a warrant from the school board for certain funds, that's what's being referred to, just so there's no confusion.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. November 24th, this was a meeting, school board chairperson, that was me at the time. Superintendent, the interim town manager, treasurer, council chair, and town attorney. In the town attorney's notes from that meeting, the meeting was to discuss the school department accounts at the Katahdin Federal Credit Union and Bangor Savings Bank that are not under the control of the town treasurer. It was agreed to have the school board to vote to have the school nutrition account transferred to the town treasurer, and the school board to vote to terminate the Heartland K-12 merchant processing agreement. Also discussed was establishment of a credit card checkbook in order to provide a method to pay small bills, a review of the student activity account, and possibly forming a 501c3 status with the IRS for these accounts. The summary, that meeting on the 24th, that meeting established to resolve issues related to these accounts. Turn over two accounts, the school lunch and the scholarship accounts. And the student activity accounts would have 6 months to establish 501c3 status to maintain individually, with the groups. Nothing would happen till June 30th, at which time the town treasurer would reestablish the accounts in accordance with the state statute. November 30th, this is another school board meeting. The school board voted to approve updating the signatures associated with the school account, with the school activity and scholarship accounts, and voted to approve the town of Millinocket's request to move the food service account and student activity fund from the school to the town. Superintendent explained at that meeting, the auditors had requested the school turn the accounts over to the town to align with appropriate practice. Superintendent also explained that student activity accounts would be left in place until June 30th to give the organizations time to establish their own nonprofit status. November 30th, this is an email, superintendent to town attorney, auditors, interim town manager, council chair, treasurer, and school board chair. Heartland processing agreement will have to be connected to the new account for a number of reasons. Town attorney responded saying that the Heartland account would need to be reestablished under the treasurer's name, including that Heartland does not have the ability to make withdrawals from that account. Moving into December, we have an email. This is town attorney recapping the November 30th meeting, including that the treasurer would take steps to allow the school bookkeeper to have access to the new Bangor savings account for accounting purposes. December 14th, this is correspondence from the auditors to the bookkeeper regarding scholarship accounts, Katahdin Federal Credit Union, and at this point, Wells Fargo. Are the funds controlled by the school department, and are they in the tax ID of the town? Who decides how the funds are spent? Separate committee or guidance office / school committee? Next correspondence from the school secretary bookkeeper in response to the auditor's inquiry on the accounts regarding the Wells Fargo and Katahdin Federal Credit Union accounts. Funds are under the name of the town of Millinocket / Stearns High School and used the town / school tax ID number. For the Katahdin Federal Credit Union scholarships, we have a Stearns Scholarship Committee composed of principal, guidance counselor, school secretary, and teachers from each department who determine the scholarship funds will be dispersed to the graduating seniors. For the Wells Fargo Sarah Jane Thompson Memorial Scholarship Funds, there is a committee composed of Richard Wilson III, who oversees the estate of Sarah Jane Thompson, with the principal, guidance counselor, school secretary. December 15th. Treasurer to superintendent regarding the updated Heartland account and discovering the bank account was not what the bank account that was listed was Wells Fargo account. Next, we have auditors to treasurer. Treasurer emailed the auditor noting that she was just learning about the school scholarship account which she did not know exist. Asked about the Wells Fargo sweep account at the credit union is insured, and the suspected balance of $200,000 to $400,000.
Peter, I believe in that, in reference to that sentence, which the town did not know, it was that the town did not know that it was under our tax ID number. We all knew the account, or I knew the account was there, but I did not know that it was under the tax ID number, so that's really the point.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you. The response from the auditor, I don't believe these accounts currently sit on either the town or the school books, which is definitely going to need to be corrected. These will need to be brought under the town's umbrella. These accounts are separate and total about $400,000. Email from treasurer to town attorney and interim town manager. Treasurer and interim town manager had called the superintendent to have the scholarship accounts moved over to the town as soon as possible. The auditors required the money to be recorded. The new auditors confirmed with former auditors that these accounts were not disclosed in prior audits. The accounts under the tax ID the accounts are under a tax ID that do not exist, and the Katahdin Federal Credit Union is consulting their legal advisor to determine what process they must follow to transfer this money from an invalid tax ID to a valid one. She stated it was a positive call and concluded with everyone being in agreement as to a path forward to bring these accounts into compliance. December 23rd. This is treasurer to superintendent and interim town manager. Treasurer informed superintendent that after speaking with the CEO of the credit union and to alleviate the tax ID issues, the accounts would need to be changed before December 31st, 2021. And that would require the treasurer's name to be on the account so that the town's tax ID could also inform the superintendent of a process to make this change, as well as the Wells Fargo account change and the Bangor Savings Bank accounts to ensure the tax ID on file is the town's tax ID number.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to point out or to ask a question. Katahdin Federal Credit Union asked their own legal advice for this information. It wasn't given to them by our attorneys. They asked their lawyers what should be done with the accounts.
That is correct. Later that day, superintendent to, credit union CEO questioning the validity of the treasurer's email, on bank legal guidance on the accounts. December 23rd, again, this was when the management letter from the auditors to the Millinocket School Board and Millinocket School Department was submitted. The management letter and an audit report basically gives an overview of the standings as a whole, tells you what you did good, what you need to improve on, your general standings. They noted these two paragraphs in their letter. Student activity funds. While performing the audit on the above mentioned fiscal year, we noted that the student activity funds under the control and or administration of the school board are not school department are not recorded in the school's financial software and have not been subject to the school's normal process procedures regarding oversight and internal control. We recommend that all funds under the control and or administration of the school department are recorded on the school's financial software to help reduce the risk, fraud, and to help ensure accuracy and completeness of transactions and help avoid material misstatements on the financial statement. They also mentioned cash accounts. While performing the audit on the above mentioned fiscal year, we noted that the school lunch bank account, numerous scholarship accounts, and student activity accounts were not under the control of the treasurer of the town of Millinocket. We recommend the school department work with the town to bring all cash accounts under control of the town in accordance to Title 30A of the Maine Revised Statutes annotated. At the time of this writing, it is understood that the Millinocket School Department has already taken steps to begin this process with an estimated completion date of June 30. This management letter, they send a very similar management letter to the town council that provided the same comments regarding the cash account. That management letter was not given to the school board and confirmed by members of the school board. December 27th. Credit union CEO to the superintendent and the treasurer. The best solution would be to change authorized signers to the town, Mary Alice, and change the tax ID to the town's EIN before year end. That would assure proper reporting for year end. Then I believe the process would be put in place for the deposits and disbursements, and that would work for both parts. January 2022. The treasurer to the town attorney, informing him of communication with the superintendent, who is now seeking board approval to move forward with the accounts changeover. January 4th, that is when I had become the town manager. January 5th, superintendent to treasurer, we are going to pursue the tax ID that Granite has for the scholarship and Wells Fargo accounts. January 6, 2022, email from the credit union CEO to the superintendent and the treasurer regarding their legal opinion on the accounts at Katahdin Federal Credit Union. It is our attorney's understanding that the Millinocket schools are municipal schools, meaning they are one and the same with the town. Other places have school districts or unions, which may or may not have entities that are distinct from the municipality. This does not appear to be the case with the Millinocket schools. In order to rectify this situation, the accounts need to be cleaned up with the proper authorized signatures, appropriate name, resolution, and tax identification number. I understand that there was an agreement of 6 months between the town and the school department, but due to reporting issues, it is recommended that these accounts be remedied by the end of this month. Responding to that email, superintendent to the credit union CEO, with the treasurer CC'd asking to talk about the credit union's legal recommendation. Legal team at the Katahdin Federal Credit Union instructed the credit union to freeze the accounts until they conform to state statute. January 11th. Town attorney to the superintendent asking about his conversation with the credit union to get clarity on next steps to take, also providing this reminder. As we have discussed many times, once the accounts are under the control of the treasurer, withdrawals will be made on the authority of the school board warrant. On the authority of the school board warrant, as with all other school funds. I trust you appreciate the seriousness of this situation and need to transfer these accounts soon. January 18. Emails between the town and the school discussing details of the credit union scholarship account. Treasurer explained in this email to the town attorney, town manager, school board chair, and superintendent the following process. Treasurer would open and close the scholarship accounts. The checks would require warrant approval by the school board on a separate warrant. Once checks are signed, they would be returned to the school for distribution. And any accounting requirements associated with accounts such as W-9 or 1099 would be handled by the school. January 19th, superintendent to treasurer stating he has a problem with having access, read access to the account and being able to print these statements. This continued for some time. Superintendent eventually came to the town office to meet and me, the town. I provided emails from the treasurer to the superintendent from a month prior, immediately after the transfer, providing he and the school employees with the login and password, as well as the directions to these accounts. This information was not shared with the employees until after that meeting, and that had caused more frustration to the situation. January 21st, superintendent to the treasurer, town attorney, school board chair, and town manager. We have verified the validity of the 2 tax ID numbers associated with the Bangor Wells Fargo accounts. Therefore, as we originally agreed on, we should not need to make any changes to these accounts at this time. Note the Wells Fargo account was not discussed in the original agreement reference. The town staff, council chair, or the school board chair, that was me at the time, were not aware that this account existed when we met in November. Town manager, again, that's me. To the superintendent, the new school board chair, and the treasurer. The way I understand this and understood while still on the school board, this account needs to be transferred over to the town. The Millinocket School Department is a department of the town. Yes, it has been done this way a long time, but we need to fix it. As we made clear before, when I was still on the other side of this conversation, the control of the spending is still at the discretion of the school and goes through the school board's warrant process. Let's take care of this before it possibly becomes a much larger issue, and we each have to admit that we knew about it all along. January 24. Town manager, again to the superintendent, CCing town attorney, treasurer, school board chair, about correcting the accounts at Katahdin Federal Credit Union. We understand the accounts have, we understand the account at Wells Fargo is under the town of Millinocket's tax ID number, and the town treasurer does not have access to it. This account needs to be transferred into the town, into the name of the treasurer of the town of Millinocket, just as the account at the Katahdin Federal Credit Union had been. This absolutely must be resolved. Please include me on any communications with Wells Fargo addressing the matter. All spending of funds in that account after the transfer will remain at the discretion of the school following the school board warrant process, just like the others. We are both new to these positions. Let's just clear up this longstanding issue and move forward. Superintendent responding to the town manager and all CC'd. When we met with the town, Wells Fargo account was not discussed. And the Bangor account has a valid tax ID number. Why would we transfer these over at this time and not work to resolve the account issues with the June deadline that we discussed in mind? January 24th, this was an email from the town attorney to all CC'd above. Josh. The Wells Fargo account was not discussed because the school department had somehow never informed the treasurer, auditor, town manager, town council, or even me about the existence of that account or the KFC, the Katahdin Federal Credit Union scholarship account. It is pretty hard to discuss accounts when we are not even aware they exist. With respect to those accounts, please keep in mind that each was opened in blatant violation of Maine law, our charter, and for some reason hidden from us for years. With respect to the student activity accounts, the delay was to allow you to work with each organization, to allow each to get its act in order as far as being a Maine not-for-profit corporation, and for each, once officially established, to apply for IRS 501c3 status. Can you update us on your progress on accomplishing those tasks? I certainly hope no funds have been withdrawn from any of these accounts since we met with you, and that no funds are withdrawn prior to all the accounts being brought under not only the control of the treasurer, but also brought into 100% compliance with the warrant process. Email, then there was an email from the superintendent confirming a corrected letter to be sent to the credit. Then in February, the discussion continues. The treasurer to the superintendent advising him that the balances over $250,000 at the credit union are not insured, leaving $30,000 uninsured scholarship accounts. Recommending that a move to the Bangor Savings Bank would ensure and protect all funds on deposit. She also notes she had seen a new scholarship account established, did not receive a request yet to set up a sub account, and asked who will be contacting her to set that up. Again, more email discussion about that account, and then some discussion about a CD that was maturing. The treasurer wanted to inform that it was maturing and make sure that she got direction on how to handle it. April 28th is when the Bangor Daily News Freedom of Information Act request was responded to by the town attorney, which was now Kirk Bloomer. Now, the next email from the superintendent is the entire, to the entire school staff was not part of Bangor Daily News Freedom of Information Act request, but is relevant and its contents need to be addressed. This was sent following the first Bangor Daily News article. School employee forwarded it to a town office employee stating that the staff is grateful for the superintendent's strong leadership communication. The email will be presented with intermittent commentary, providing factual information towards false statements that were made in the message. Below all, by now I'm sure that many of you have read the Bangor Daily News article this morning regarding the school activity and scholarship accounts. Needless to say, I'm disappointed and frustrated in regards to how the school board and I was portrayed. The accounts discussed in the article have been in existence for many years. Many are 40+ years old and have been managed by the school department in collaboration with donors and the organizations conducting fundraising efforts. When I started my position this summer, I was asked by the town attorney to turn over these accounts. The school board was unanimously opposed to that. This drastically, this is the commentary here. This drastically obscures timeline. The school board was not made aware of the issue until November, 4 months later. When the issue was finally communicated to the school board, the story was very different from that of prior conversations between the superintendent and the town office staff, completely misleading the group to believe false narrative. And an agreement was reached to allow the town to hold the accounts until June. This fall. It was agreed that the school's lunch and scholarship accounts would be transferred to the town immediately, and that the student activity accounts would remain until June 30th to allow the boosters and others to form 501c3 accounts in order to allow them to control their own funds. The intention was to allow the organization and scholarship donors time to develop their own nonprofit organization to manage the money they had fundraised. False. Scholarship accounts were not included in that agreement. This came to a halt when the town's attorney filed an illegal use of tax ID numbers to the bank accounts holding the money, thus ceasing control of the accounts. False. The town's attorney did not file an illegal use of tax ID at the Kentucky Federal Credit Union and that was made clear during the earlier mentioned meeting in November. The town had inquired about the accounts and Katahdin Federal Credit Union handled it accordingly. Following these actions, our board enlisted legal counsel and turned this issue over to the school's attorney to address. Our attorney has been working on this case for a considerable amount of time, and we have been waiting for a response from the town's attorney for weeks. False. Town's attorney had responded to the school's attorney on April 26th, over a week prior to this message. The school's attorney had responded that same day that he would try to get back to him being the town's attorney, within the following day or two. A week later, at the time of this message, the school's attorney still not responded. The rest of this is pretty factual. I'll skip to the very end here. You have a right to be heard, to express your opinions, to provide the facts regarding the situation. The facts the school staff were given in this call to action and encouraged to provide while speaking out false. He then closed by saying, I appreciate the fact that people have reached out to me to express their support. More to come very soon.
I know that's a lot to digest in one sitting, and thank you, Mr. Manager, for reading all of that. I would like to open this up to the public. All references to these emails and all the conclusions made here can be found in those documents that were showed earlier. Every email that has been sent regarding all of these are on there, so you can verify it all for yourself. Because this was, I guess, the start, as I said earlier, of a lot of the miscommunication. This is really, I think, where the tension started. And I think it's important that we start with this and see if anyone from the public has any questions whatsoever that we'll be happy to answer. Councilor Bray?
If I could, I'd like a couple of clarifications before we do that.
Sure.
I have a sense to disagree with, or the interpretation of some of the terminology, and I think it should be defined before we open that up, such as under the control of the treasurer. Under the control of the treasurer. Under the control of the treasurer technically means to review, to evaluate, and to assure that it's a proper expenditure. It's not that the treasurer ends up with control. The whole processing of having a treasurer and as well as an auditor is to verify the legality of those transactions. The town goes through that as well. We have people, basically two people signing every check to verify that money isn't going out without the appropriate evaluation and process. I would like to have people understand, and I guess I would ask her, would that be a proper interpretation of where it says under control of the treasurer?
Yes, treasurer nor the town manager either have any interest deciding school does with funds school.
And if I may continue in reference to where it talks about possession, such as terminology in reference to the accounts would still be in the possession of the school board, requiring them to carry out warrants to verify publicly that monies that's been held under a municipal entity, in these instances would be the school system, are being handled because you have school officials, municipal officials, handling monies that have been turned over to them as a municipal entity for the purpose of advancing the opportunities of education in related fields such as sports activities and so forth. Would that be correct?
Close. As far as making decisions on the money, it's absolutely the schools makes a decision through the warrant process. The actual physical control of the account has to rest under the town charter with treasurer. So treasurer holds the funds, does with them what she's told to do when she's presented with a warrant to spend them. So yes, and the school actually has its own bookkeeping department where anything that comes in is a credit to them. Bookkeeper knows what's left, like last year's budget, what lines are, what was spent, what wasn't spent. That's all handled on the school side. All the treasurer does is she's asked to send money. It goes through a warrant process. Now, Mr. Chairman, I do have an update on the Granite Street account. Want me to add that?
You're welcome to if you'd like to, sure.
Sure, just so everybody knows. There was one account that that Bangor Savings Bank that town treasurer would have a difficulty in getting under her purview as far as control, so the town's in compliance with Title 38. I was asked by the manager to freeze that account. I did. Bangor Savings Bank has their attorney, Ryan Dumas Peabody, on July 7th, wrote me, said that funds will be frozen per our request once the school's attorney and the town's attorney write him and say, please it, so the bank will please it, or unless there's a court order. And as of right now, there's no litigation between the school and town. It hadn't even been discussed. my attorney's been aware of.
Thank you. Are there any questions or clarification from the public? Yes, please. You could just state your name and address.
Hi, I'm Tammy McGlaughlin, 81 Somerset Street. I am the school secretary at Stearns High School. I just want to clarify one thing that disturbed me when you were reading that. Because I am one of the people who oversees the scholarship accounts. And there are, in the wordings we're getting, sometimes you were saying student activity accounts, but you were actually meaning scholarship accounts. There are different accounts. There are student activity accounts, which are held at Bangor Savings Bank. Those are like funds for the classes, the student council, things like that. There are scholarship accounts, which are held at the Katahdin Federal Credit Union. Those are scholarships in memory of certain individuals who passed away. And then there's the Wells Fargo's account, which is with a mutual company. It's not in a local bank, because that was a large sum of money donated many years ago. I mean, all of these accounts have been in existence way before I started working there, and I've been there for 25 years. But the point I wanted to make was, you were saying that these monies were hidden. That is absolutely not true. I understand that they were not under the control of the town treasurer, but those accounts, I account for them in QuickBooks. I reconcile them every month. Every year they were sent to Gina Netto, audited them and provided an audit report to the school, which was provided to the town auditors when they came. All of those accounts, the scholarship accounts, the student activity accounts. So the town has always known those were existed. They were never hidden. That really bothered me that you said they were hidden and that no one knew them about that. That is not true. And I kind of take offense to that because it feels like you're personally attacking me, like I was trying to hide something. So that is not true. They were just not under the control of the treasurer. The town has always known about them. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. That is an important clarification. And I do want to note that although the recommendations that we had gotten from the auditors and from lawyers from the banks and from our own lawyers were telling us that they needed to be in compliance, not once did any of us ever question that these accounts were being used fraudulently or improperly or anything of the sort. I hope that when you saw that presentation, you could obviously see what the recommendations that we were getting were and why we took the steps that we did. And it's not because we thought there was any wrongdoing on how they were handled or who was handling them or the whole process behind it. It was simply that it had to go through a school board warrant process in order to be properly processed through the treasurer. But I appreciate you making that distinction. Words like hidden have a lot of power. And I appreciate you bringing that up to us. I believe though, the Wells Fargo account that was $500,000 or so, $400,000 was that. I think that was one that was not ever known by the treasurer. That doesn't mean that you were hiding it. It was just that the treasurer had not known about that. Is that correct, Marielle?
All I, speaking for myself.
Speaking for myself, I was only aware of about $120,000 thereabouts that was disclosed in the audit, identified as student activity funds. That is the only money I was aware of that existed. I did not know about the $200,000+ at the credit union. I did not know about the $200,000+ at Wells Fargo. If I had known that there was that kind of money out there, I would have brought this issue up sooner. So I did not know about those accounts to that. I can only speak for myself.
Thank you. And in the email earlier, and I'm just trying to clarify things, and I appreciate you bringing. That's why I'm speaking to this. I believe that earlier, is there a way of pulling that back up? Yeah. The auditor did note that there were some accounts that were not reported to them or the previous auditors. So that's where some of the concern was. So that's up on the screen right now. Can you highlight it? The auditors require the money to be recorded to the new auditors, confirmed with former auditors that these accounts were not disclosed in prior audits. So these were scholarship accounts that were not disclosed to the auditor. I just want to make that clarification as well, and why it was a sensitive issue from the town side. And the reason that this was discovered and arose was because we have new auditors this year who had a different view than the previous ones. And the previous ones did not know about some of these scholarship accounts. I see a hand up on Zoom. If you, oh, please, yes, thank you. No, that's why we're here. I appreciate you coming back up.
Thank you. The previous auditors that we had for years, Runyon, Kirstein, Willett, those, both of those accounts, the Wells Fargo and the credit union accounts, they knew about those. They looked at the statements every year that they came, and they always made a note about it in the audit. So I'm not sure why this year's auditors, I'm just saying they have been looked at by auditors in the past. But I guess at this point, it's a moot point because those accounts are now under the control of the town treasurer. So, but the previous auditors did know about them. It's been there for 50 years, you know? Probably. I don't know. Like I said, this was all set up before my time, but I can just tell you, they did know about them. I'm not the only one that knew about them.
Thank you for that clarification. Do you have any clarification on that, Mary Alice? If you don't mind me calling on you again. Sorry, Diana.
As I said, I only knew about the 120,000 or whatever that was reported in the audit report. When I became aware of these other funds, that was the first time I became aware of them. And I did contact, we did contact the auditors, and they did not say that they knew about that. But and you saw the email from the town attorney. He didn't know about that, the existence of those accounts either. Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, like she said, it's a moot point now. It's all under, I did not think anything inappropriate was happening. It's just a case of bringing things in line with the statute.
Thank you. Councilor Madore, then Bragdon.
Just to let people, just because I've been through quite a few of these. Every year when the auditors came and met with the council and the school board, there were certain accounts, and I believe some of them were activity accounts and that basically were brought up into question during the auditor's report to both boards. The auditors at that time, the previous auditors at that time, was always saying to both bodies that, yeah, these, and please don't quote me exactly on this, but these are irregulars. But there are a lot of school systems that we audit that do the exact same thing, and that they are not, there's nothing happening with these accounts that is an alarming situation. However, what they did say on several occasions that I attended was eventually just hope you don't get caught. Because they weren't where they were supposed to. And the auditors were basically going ahead and giving both boards a clean bill of health on them. But they were scrutinizing them ever so slightly by saying, you know, you're not doing anything illegal, but you're not doing it legally either. And that was my interpretation of it. It wasn't anything that was going to be, you know, but what I do remember on more than one occasion was the auditors saying, the previous auditors saying, be careful you don't get caught. And I think that's where this auditor caught it and said, you can't do that. But yeah, it was mentioned, but not to the point of telling either the town or the school board, you had to do something about it.
Thank you, Counselor Bragdon.
Just to point out for the people on Zoom, there's 4 or 5 comments in the chat. They will not be read. I know that 20+ people have joined since that was said. So if you are on Zoom, you do have to unmute yourself and do the same thing that if you were here, state your name and your address. Just
With
for
the
those who
video
have
on.
made comments.
Yes, with the video on. Thank you, Counselor Bragdon. Any more questions, I think is really important. So I appreciate the dialogue and you bringing that up. Beth, your hand is up. If you could, on Zoom, if you could please put on your camera and state your name and address.
It's Beth Zoolander on Main Avenue here in Millinocket. I have just a couple of questions, point of clarification. The information that is posted on the website and that Pete went through only goes through April 28th. And I don't think anyone means to suggest that there was no further communication between that and Josh's note, which is the way it was presented. So I'm curious as to where we might find additional communications and discussions. And my second point of curiosity, asking for clarification, in a response to a Freedom of Information Act, it would be very specific responses typically to the specific questions. Clearly, what is documented there are excerpts from emails and some people's interpretations or opinions as to what they were. Things like, it was noted in a meeting that there was some discussion about, but they are not quoted as exact extracts. The entirety of the emails and of the communications are not available. So I think it is fair to say that what we have is an incomplete record of the communications. Is that correct?
Thank you, Beth. That is not correct. The request from Bangor Daily News was on the entirety of the conversation from around the topic of the school bank accounts. And maybe Mary Alice, you can correct me if I'm wrong, because it originally came to you, I believe. But it was very expansive. It covered a lot of correspondence. In order to read that in a council meeting, that would have probably taken days, the rate that I read. The entirety of that packet is on the website. Printed version of that packet is about 1.5 inches, 2 inches thick. Under the government tab on the millinocket.org website, under public documents, had to be cut into 2 files to be presented onto that. What
Which-
I read from tonight was a high level overview of the timeline.
So it is fair to say that what was presented tonight is a summary, not the complete set of communications.
That is correct.
Okay, and are there further communications? I went to the public documents, but I did not see the detailed. I can go back and look for that. But the Freedom of Information Act, as you've presented it, only carried information through April 28th. Is there additional communications that the public should be aware of that took place between the town council, the town manager's office and the school district prior to or interim to Josh's letter, which was in fact presented.
I would have to research to find out the answer to that.
The simple question is, was there any communication
Content,
relevant? Was there any relevant communication between the two bodies between April 28th and Josh's note of 2 weeks ago?
This is Kurt Blumer, maybe help you with that. Once we got the FOIA request, my office got involved and we started working directly with attorney Greg Ham, who represents the school. And I don't believe there was a whole lot going on between department heads concerning these issues. It has been handed over to the two law firms.
And Kurt, I fully understand that as it relates to the FOIA, but my concern as a resident and taxpayer is that this is being presented as the summary of all communications, not simply as the FOIA response. And I just want to make sure that the rest of the public is very clear that what is presented is a high-level summary of a response to a specific request from Bangor's Daily News, not a high-level summary of all communications between the interested parties. Is that correct?
That would be mostly correct. And the reason that it's within that time frame only, I don't know if you joined later because I feel we discussed some of these things earlier. We're doing 3 separate sections here where we're starting from a certain time period and then moving towards where we are now. So there's a reason that we're only looking at this certain time frame. I believe that when that request was made, it was around that time, April something, and that's why the communications end there in that request, is because that's when the request was made.
And I fully
So obviously
understand
we
that,
could-
Steve. And I accepted that, but there's a gap that I think people need to appreciate, that you jump from the end of April to the early July. I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm just saying people need to be very aware that there's a huge gap in communication there that has not been presented tonight.
We haven't gotten there yet. We have,
Okay,
we're only at a certain time period right now. And just so the public knows, you can certainly request anything that you'd like to see communication wise, as we're doing tonight. There's a reason we're putting this all out there so that it's available. So again, we're focusing only on a certain time period, Beth. We will get there. Thank you. Any other public comment or question? Kyle Leathers? Oh, I'm sorry. You had your hand up far earlier. Okay, Kyle Leather. Thank you.
Kyle Leathers from East Millinocket, I'm a town employee. I just want a clarification. So I've been hearing that the auditors did not know about some of these accounts beforehand. And Councilor Madore, you said that before the auditors were saying, yeah, these accounts exist, but just don't get in trouble with them. You could potentially get in trouble. So I just wanted to clarify, did they know about it beforehand or not? Thank you.
Well, I'm going to answer quickly and I'll go to you. There were a wide spread of accounts that were being looked at that time. There were a couple that the auditors, as we had read, had told us that they had not known about, both current and present. There were only a couple of accounts that they were not aware of, both the current and present auditors. What Councilor Madore is referring to were the ones that the auditors were aware of prior.
So there is at least an admittance that there were some accounts that were not handled correctly for decades that the council was aware of, and they continued to do it anyway.
Councilor Madore?
Yeah, no. Yeah. No, what was known was the fact that under the judgment of the auditors at the present time, at that time, that we were told that and that there were certain accounts, they were mostly the student activity accounts that they were aware of. That, yeah, they probably should be under the town's purview. However, there are, and this was the auditor saying, there were many schools that they audited that had the same practice. And as long as you don't get caught, you're all right. And so neither the school board nor the council took action at that time on those activity accounts. Now, the scholarship accounts were never brought into question as far as the auditors mentioning anything about knowledge of them, or that they were either legal or illegal as far as during the audit presentation to both boards simultaneously.
I still feel like it's strange the government body would go along with the fact that even if the auditor says it's not technically illegal, but just don't get caught. Well, that seems kind of strange to me, but thank you.
It wasn't until we had the new auditors this year that they had different recommendations, that they were not okay with the way that a lot of these accounts were being run. Not implying that they were being run improperly, as I mentioned earlier, or that there was any wrongdoing, but that they didn't comply with state statute. When they started looking into these accounts, they discovered other accounts that they had not known existed because it had not been reported to the auditors prior or to them.
Well, I feel like I trust Tammy and the job that she does, and she says that it was in that audit, that it was probably in that audit at some point. But that said, again, saying don't get caught is kind of a strange way to run a government. Thank you.
Both boards ran under that recommendation for quite some time. Mary Ellen?
Again, when I spoke with the auditors, our prior auditors, they said that all they knew about is what was disclosed in the audit. What was disclosed in the audit was the student activity account.
If this is a point that anyone in the public wants to continue looking into, we can certainly have the auditors make very specific statements on what accounts they're referring to, both past and present. We'd be happy to ask them to do that and release that. There's no problem with that at all. Councilor Prey?
Mr. Chairman, obviously, I've been involved in governing at a variety of levels. I suspect that there's been a significant amount of changes of law, tax laws and accounting laws that many entities and how they did things 30, 40 years ago. Something that got started locally by a group of people, but then through the school entity or through a town entity or somebody else, that these laws were tightened up. And over that time period, some of the things that probably went under the preview earlier on, all of a sudden now, because somebody somewhere fraudulently accessed that funds and used it in some other fashion, laws got tightened up on reporting of all of these types of activities, and they slowly got brought under that umbrella of having somebody review and check and evaluate these things. The preview of the treasurer or the preview of the school board under a school system of spending money, you need a check and balance. And I agree somewhat with Kyle that how they may have evaluated it 5, 10 years ago, or 20 or 30 or 40 years ago is different than what is being required of these entities. All government entities have gone under significant amount of being checked and double checked to make sure that we don't end up in those situations because you're dealing with public funds. Yes, they are donated, they are contributed outside of the government, the tax roll system, but they are then run through those entities, be it the town, be it a school, be it the Department of Public Works or somebody else. If somebody donated the money and say, we'd like to have you fix up our part of town, our street, we'll make donations. It's still got to go through the warrant process because it's a town service being provided or school service. I think when we're talking about what the accountants have brought forward, it's a question from my perspective of the council, of just trying to follow the law. I don't think anybody has intently said that things are being done fraudulently. I think that's been pointed out on both sides. I had objections to one word that I wasn't gonna bring up, where it said it was done blatantly. I don't think it was done blatantly. I think it was just, that's the way we did it. That's the way we're gonna continue to do it. Oh, you're now telling me we've got to have it checked? I think that's what the council's trying to tell the school system and others, that here's what we're being told by the legal process, those people that we pay to do our auditing and not wanting to get into trouble with the Internal Revenue Service, either at the federal level or the state level. We're trying to dot the i's and cross the t's. I would hope that everybody would put that into that perspective as we try to do these presentations that the manager has talked about in reference to those funds. And as the chair had pointed out, he has a couple more, or the manager has a couple more topics that he wants to go through to try to address that. And maybe in some ways we'd be better off to get through those other two. And it might clarify some of the concerns that people have.
Thank you. And there are more questions. I just want to clarify what I said earlier. I don't think any of you should have to ask for those records from the auditors. I'm going to start making a list of things that we can provide the public from this meeting that we don't have with us here right now. And we'll post it in that same spot on the website. Alice, thank you very much for being patient over there. If you want to come and address the council.
Alice Hartley, I live in the unorganized territory. Can I request to speak?
Yes, thank you.
When was, I did see that this is on the town site. When was this placed on the town site, which you're reviewing tonight?
That was uploaded this afternoon.
Has the superintendent had an opportunity to see that before it went onto the site?
Unless he saw it on the website.
He's not been informed that that was going on the site.
No.
When, I'm a little uncomfortable in it because I hate to say the town and the school. Again, it saddens me to make it sound like they're two separate entities because they're not. We are a town and we are one. But that you have your attorney here and there's no attorney representing the town. And I also feel a little guilty because I'm assuming he's probably making $300 or $400 an hour. So the whole time I'm talking, the town's got to pay for him to listen to me. So I feel a little bad about that. I bet he does. I bet he does. You know what? I don't have to pay it because I don't live in town anymore. When you are reading from Dr. Mike Norton's email and you say false, 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 who is that? One person that is saying false, or is that the entire council that's saying that that is false? And I understand that you're saying that you have backup, but I just wanted to touch on that, but who is saying that that is false?
So there are 2 points you brought up there and I'll happily address them. The first one was us having our side of the story, our lawyer here and not the schools. I hope that everyone can appreciate the fact that not only did it take a very long time to compile all the stuff that was put together, and that's why it was only posted just today. But this obviously has become a community-wide issue. We're not here to argue against the school. We're here to present all the facts that we have, especially hot topic issues and points of contention that have been brought up over the past 6 months or so. So this is our way of addressing the town with these facts, with staff, with anyone who really has any interest in this issue, to be able to see it for themselves. Again, we're not here to argue against anyone. It's just presenting the facts and answering questions.
I see you're saying you're not here to argue, but when you come out and you say this is false and this is false, but there's nobody here to rebut or whatever. The other, I lost my place here. I was on a roll there for a minute. My other concern is, I was going to speak to what Beth Zoolander spoke to. Obviously, there may have been some phone calls or some meetings or something that could, is it possible that something could be omitted from all of this documentation that you are sharing that
is that possible? Like, the question Beth asked, I'm just asking, like she said, it is a summary. It's not, it's everything in its entirety, I assume.
I'm sure there's plenty that was omitted in the high level overview that you can find in that large request from the Bangor Daily. If there's anything in there that's not included, it was either because it was a legal issue or a personnel issue, and there were certain things that we had to redact. And you can speak to that, Kirk, if you'd like to address what might not be in there.
Yeah, certainly, anything dealing with a personnel issue would not be included in a FOIA request, nor would anything that involved legal advice. The law.
Should I assume that if the superintendent or bookkeeper or anybody else in the school had a comment or anything regarding all of this now that it's posted for the town, for the entire town, or for all, I'm assuming any visitors or tourists or anything that looking at our town site would see this as well?
You would have to look, I don't know if you were here when he showed.
I did, I just called
Okay.
it up on my phone,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
So yes, it is something that someone can look for, but it is buried under government and town documents, basically.
So if the superintendent perhaps had something that he wanted to add to that, then the town would post that on that site, whatever he had to, his, anything any comment he might have. I should not be speaking for him. This is more out of me, out of total curiosity with all of this. But to me, this is very big. This is big. This is out in the public and, so I'm just wondering, would that person, anybody disagreeing with anything that's up there for all to read, would that person have an opportunity to say, well, this is my take?
Kirk?
If it becomes a public document, then it would be published that way. Everything that's on the website now they're all public documents, all communication between employees concerning their jobs, that's public information. Even there are some of those email correspondences are emails Attorney Bopayne was with Representative Town prior to me being here, where he communicated with department heads. That wasn't legal advice. Those communications are there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bragdon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just also want to add, before this meeting had occurred, we had asked on 4 separate occasions to come together and meet with the school board, whether it be in a neutral territory here in the chamber or there at the school. We've been turned down every single time. We had tried to avoid this meeting several times, and I have even begged and pleaded several times with members of the school board to meet. So this could have been avoided. But again, for the purpose of transparency, I think it's very clear that this needs to be laid out for the public so they understand what's going on because of the amount of miscommunication that's going on.
I appreciate you bringing that up, Councilor Bragdon. I want to make sure that the tone that we have here doesn't change and deviate. We're not here to accuse anyone. We all have reasons to point fingers at each other. I want to keep a civil tone, and we're not here to make accusations. We're only presenting facts that we have and answering questions. The manager had something, and then I'll go right to you.
Just wanted to verify that and make sure that everybody knows that unless it is, attorney-client confidential privileged information or personnel matters, contents of our email communications and computers are public knowledge. Our computers are public access. Every conversation we have via email that is not, attorney-client privilege or personnel matter is public knowledge. And since I took this position in January, I have reiterated many times that my door is open and I'm happy to talk about anything. My emails are public knowledge. I'm happy to show anybody anything at any point in time. Hopefully it's within normal business hours and I'm not in a meeting, but we legitimately have nothing to hide here. Our communications and computers, public knowledge, public assets.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. You had your hand up?
I do, but Mr. Jackson has been waiting far longer than I.
Okay, thank you for that. Randy Jackson, you want to turn your camera on? There you go.
Sure. So, we're here because of accounting issues that are in the school's account. So we have to correct these problems and issues which are of the school's accounts. Now, we're not pointing fingers at each other. We just don't want to end up with the IRS coming into town and saying, we owe a whole bunch of money because of our accounting irregularities. And look, 40 years ago, it wasn't like this. This was found this year on the accounting. So let's go forward together and correct these accounting issues and move on. I mean, it's numbers and accounting and accounts that should be rectified, acknowledged, and accounted for. And that's why you have accounting. That's why you have a town treasurer. That's why you have a school board, a bookkeeper, etc. There's a problem. It's in accounting. It's of the school's accounts. Let's fix the problem and move forward. We don't have to do anything else. Just move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy.
Terry Given, 106 Prospect Street. I'd like to address Councilor Bragdon and then I have some comments, but I have a question for Councilor Bragdon. May I ask him a question?
Sure.
Could you please tell me what that pronoun, what that adverb, adjective, piece of information about this? You said we wouldn't be, this wouldn't be happening now. What is this that you're talking about?
The high level overview of everything that has happened. If we would have come together at an earlier time, together as a group and handled this, I don't feel like it would have been to this extreme. I feel like if we would have come together as a school board and a council, which I've said multiple times to everybody in the public, I feel like this could have been completely avoided. I was also acknowledging her comment about why it was an overview level and why the school board didn't come to this meeting. I feel like it's a very hostile environment and I feel like it's extreme.
Well, I have a different this, and I'd like to define my this. And it really has to do with money. All of the events that are on your timeline up until present, and there's nothing after, and I realize it's only part one. Okay, I understand that. But this that I want to just mention to you as a council, it's about money. And I hope, and I've prayed about it actually, that you will be able to display on the screen the sheet of paper, the ledger, the spreadsheet, whatever it is, that tells the school system how it spent $203,000 of its $595,000 of carryover money. Because that really is almost the big this. That's the crux of the matter, as one of my professors at seminary would say. This is the crux of the matter. It really is about the inability to move forward with a budget that was presented that is deemed unbalanced, that still continues to be unbalanced without any information. I would hope and pray that you all have a sheet on your computer or on paper in front of you that totals up $203,000. And if you do, why don't you cut to the chase and go to that piece? Because that's caused an incredible public uproar, perhaps a little more so recently than the activity accounts and the scholarships and so forth. Because since April the 24th, and most recently, what we thought was going to be a denial of payroll because a new budget for FY23 had not been approved, the public uproar has exploded. The media, the Lincoln News that was published yesterday, but only appears in Millinocket today, has 3 articles on its front page. None of them are pleasant. None of them. And so I would like to request that you go to my this, which is show us show us the accounting of X, Y, and Z, $50,000, ABC, $25,000, total $203,000 spent of the carryover money from our last audit. I think that's fair. And you had said in your public statement, that you would provide evidence. I really think that that's the hardcore evidence. That's my this. And I think it's the this for many people who are here this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think everyone has their own this, and it starts basically from where we started this presentation, and I think we should get to the next part. I know okay, you're fine. But the reason we started here is because this, as I mentioned earlier, this is where miscommunication started happening, where there were false statements made to the entire school staff. And when we're faced with that and we have to decide what to do after months, as you could see from that timeline and you can see from the documents released online, of trying to resolve issues unsuccessfully, despite third-party auditors, despite third-party lawyers from other banks, all having the same perspectives. And then to have an email go out to a very large group of people with a lot of inaccuracies. Everything basically started snowballing from there. And I'm not saying it's because of the school. We both started snowballing in the same direction. Our relationship, which requires two people or two organizations, was essentially starting to break at that point. And that's why I think it's important that we start there. With that, I think we should go into the second section here of the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gibbons. That was very impassioned. As usual, going to talk about your this now. This, I may have to zoom into these windows to it's more visible. In response to this email from June 27th, yet again asking when school department can expect to get access to the school's general fund, stating it is currently holding up the budget process. I provided this explanation. And I can zoom in on that if it's helpful. If you don't mind me swapping back and forth between windows to explain this, I can blow it up even further. Okay. All right. Is this visible? Good form? All right. All right. I love rock and roll too. All right. My response to that email, after many conversations around this general fund. Again, the school does not have a separate account that holds a school general fund. The details of the school general fund are recorded in the school's accounting software. The audit report produced that calculates the school's general fund is a product of the details provided by the school from the school's accounting software. You reviewed and signed off on the school's FY 21 audit report, which includes statement B, which I will swap back and forth to in a moment for better visibility. That provides all the information in this balance. Revenues are the checks received from the school. Going to pull this up and zoom in on it. Is that visible? All right. The revenues are here. This is checks received from the school. Expenditures, the next one down. That is warrants signed by the school board. That is here. This general area. Again, these documents are posted on the website if that's an easier place for you to view it after the matter. The next section down is excess and other funding. That is the international program money. Swap back. That is here. Now, there's a little bit of a delay on that. So fund balance, July 1, that is showing the FY 20 info. That is down here. Fund balance, July 1. This is FY 20 here. Numbers, 369, 350. The next section is fund balance, June 30th. That's a combination of unassigned and assigned. Assigned is what was set to be used in the FY 22 budget. The unassigned is what would be available for the FY 23 budget. And that is back here again. Fund balance, June 30. And then there's these notes here that combine these two totals and give you the $595,116 that is in question at this point in time.
Yes, please.
I was not done, no.
Sorry about that. I thought it was finished.
No.
That's my fault.
I wasn't done. So later in this, further in this email, I explain a little bit more. I've also attached a sheet produced for the FY 22 budget with Mr. Boynton's notations under line 450100, stating adult ed, $2,843, use of surplus, $200,789. Added together, that equals $203,632 in question. So when we go to this document here and the next document that was provided, this was the FY 20 budget revenues from the Millinocket School Department. This is line 450100, other financing sources. Note from Mr. Boynton, adult ed, $2,843. Use of surplus, $200,789. The combined total of that is the $203,632 that was used from that prior number in the FY 22 budget. The third attachment shows the FY 20 version of the earlier reference attachment of statement B, showing that in the past, Mr. Boynton had identified assigned and unassigned funding in his reports to the auditor. Now, I brought this up because we had talked several times about this idea of a leapfrog year, where you use your unassigned funds from 2 years prior because they are audited funds. And then you save the most recent fund balance to be used 2 years later. Leapfrog. So this is the FY 20 document I just mentioned. At the bottom of this, under this school general fund column, all of these documents come from the audit reports produced by the audit. The assigned in this line, $168,561, and the unassigned, that would be for the FY 22 budget, is $200,789, representing that pattern. The last attachment is the school department's FY 21 budget report, showing the assigned funds of $168,561 from that reference from that FY 20 document, according to the pattern used previously. So again, this is the FY 20 document. This here is the $168 I was just referencing. And then when you come to this report from the FY 21 budget, probably have to zoom that in a little. You see down here in the other financing sources, you see this $168,561. Now, the last sentence here says, this speaks to the importance of this information being provided in the future, hopefully eliminating all this confusion and utter frustration. The reason I included that line was because in the most recent audit report, that was not separated. And the slide out, the document I'm going to show now, I didn't have at the time readily available, but I have it now. So I just want to bring up one additional slide for some further clarification that was not presented at the time of this email, which is the most recent recap. This is the balance sheet. It does look slightly different, keeping in mind this is a new auditor. They do things, obviously somewhat different. This first column, the general fund, that is, town funds. Second column is education fund. When you move down to the bottom of this, when it talks about this section here, fund balances. When you look at the town information here, it has it broken down. That fund balance is broken down into non-spendable, restricted. That's, additional funds that have a box put around them for specific items later on. Towards the bottom of that section, there is assigned and unassigned. Now in the school column, education fund here in that same section, fund balance, different from years prior. It was presented as a total. It was not separated what was assigned and what was unassigned. Had that been separated, I believe the numbers would have been the 365 that we mentioned earlier, and then as well as the 203,000. That would certainly help clarify the difference. Understanding that in this whole situation, I am a new town manager. Josh McNaughton is a new superintendent. Josh Deacon is a new business manager. There are situations that sometimes we don't know the answers immediately. And there's nothing wrong with showing some, there's nothing wrong with not knowing in a moment if you're learning. And this is certainly a learning moment. In the future, if this information is separated and provided there, we will all better understand that situation. I had to learn a lot about how this works to be able to present that. Very complicated stuff. But that is the description of that fund balance. It is not a separate account. There is no denial of access to an account that holds this money. It's one very large bank account with many details to it that does not isolate a fund balance. It is information that is compiled from accounting software and reported to auditors that create these reports. I'm happy to try to field any questions.
Yes, please. Sorry for my premature calling there.
Matthew 8, 230 Main Avenue, and also school employee. So just a clarifying question. The council's issue with the budget centers around $203,632. Is that correct?
That is a part of the issue, yes.
Okay, I'm just talking about numbers.
Yeah.
Okay. My question is it a coding, and I use the term coding loosely because I don't have probably the proper description. Is it a coding issue, or is it your contention that $203,000 is expended?
The $203,000 is expended in the 23 budget
On what?
to nothing specific.
Okay, so that is the crux of the issue.
Yeah.
That the bookkeeper and the superintendent is saying, that they do not have access. I spoke to the bookkeeper this morning. What they are asking for is the transaction history of that expenditure. Just because it was assigned does not mean it was expended. Our facilities director can assign, I'm just going to use round numbers, $500,000 for oil, but that doesn't mean that he expends $500,000 for oil. He might only expend $350,000. So the crux of the issue, as my colleague has said, is there is no reporting, in my understanding, to the superintendent and to the bookkeeper of the transaction history of where that $203,000 was expended. Just because it was assigned doesn't mean it was expended. Budgets are fluid, they change.
Mary Alice, would you like to help answer that?
That $200,000 is part of the FY22 budget. The auditors are going to have to complete the FY22 and perform and create the same report that was just presented to show how the fund balance is calculated. They're going to have to find the actual revenues, not just the actual revenues that were received for the whole year, what the actual expenditures are, what the transfer is, actual transfer in from the international program, to come up with a new fund balance. Our practice is that we work with the audited numbers. And with the audited numbers, the school had a $600,000 fund balance as of June 30th, 2021, of which 200,000 was committed to the FY '22 budget. So that money is off the table until we know what our June 30th, 2022 fund balance is. And it also would raise the issue of actually looking at where we think we're going to come up, where the school would be for a fund balance as of June 30th, 2022, to make sure that they're not in a deficit situation. Because we already know that we have an issue with the international program, but not receiving all those revenues. If we have other revenue issues where we don't receive all the revenues to pay for the expenditures, we may have to use some of that fund balance to bring that budget in total. So we work with audited numbers.
But they worked with an audited number as he just showed.
They worked with an audited number as of June 30th, 2021. And on July 1st, 2021, the budget that the manager showed that with the previous superintendent's footnote, they were using surplus to balance that budget, the FY '22 budget. They use that surplus to balance it. We've just completed the year. So we have to, you have to look at all the revenue. You have to look at all the expenditures and redo the calculation to see where you're at as of June 30th, 2022. And in reality, we could be in a deficit situation where maybe we have to use some of this $400,000 we're talking about. So the prudent thing would be to even look at where we're at as of June 30th, 2022, to make sure that we even have the 400,000 to use.
Well, that's your contention, because it could also be the reality that the money is there.
That's right. That's right.
So
But in working with what we know as of right now, we know that the audited number was a round number, $600,000 as of June 30th, 2021, of which, if you look at the budget, you look at the previous superintendent's footnote, he was using a $200,000 of that surplus to balance that budget.
But that doesn't mean it was expended.
We will know that when the audit is complete.
So again, my contention states that the superintendent and bookkeeper's numbers could be completely accurate.
We're following the past practice and we can, as the town manager showed, this is the budgeting technique that we use.
Well, that's all well and good, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's correct.
Counselor Pelletier.
Yeah, just to clarify, it could end up that there's a carryover in 2022, but you can't count what you can put, that has.
Neither can you.
And that is why we don't use the current year's carryover in the next year's budget.
But
And to add to your understanding of how you utilize carryover, the whole year is part of it has been slated for 2022, and you can't touch that 100,000 until 2022 is closed out and we know the difference. So therefore, it's off limits for 23 budget. Also, part of that, I have a addendum on is out of his reconciliation on this carryover sheet that he had over budget by 75,000, planning to use the actual money, and that is anticipated 23 budget money. Now we're not only spending money that we committed to a particular year, we're trying to spend money that we haven't even earned yet. So we see that is not financially responsible budget. The way we've been doing it is the way it should continue. And so I'm looking more like $275,000 cut off that one, because the revenue side is not there. Your accounting money
committed to something else. And until the actuals occur, can't go planning on spending it next year. Thank you.
Can I ask a clarifying question of the lawyer?
Sure.
It's my understanding that educational funding can only be budgeted, processed, and expended by a school board. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So therefore, I have a question for you. The overseeing of the cost centers in our charter, is that a violation of state statute?
No, it's not.
So explain to me how they can change a budget that a school board has already passed.
No, but they can change line items as far as columns under the charter. The state statutes didn't override the town charter, municipal schools.
So the charter supersedes state statute.
In this instance, does not supersede town of Millinocket municipal schools such as Millinocket School.
Okay, I always have that clarification question, so thank you for clearing that up. I would like to share one more thing if I could. I did receive an email from our bookkeeper.
Actually, I have
Oh, I'm sorry.
yes. See, but what happens though is when there's a surplus, if there is a surplus, we don't know because fiscal year 21 to now hasn't been closed out. If there's a surplus, that money stays in the school.
Yes,
Right.
yeah, no, yes, I'm not saying that anybody is taking anything. I was trying to find that
Well,
clarification.
So the state statutes require that, and that's what's done. But as far as the general budget of the town, they can make changes to certain line items. You look at the sections of the charter, then it's either gets up or down.
And there were a couple of responses to
Oh,
your
I'm sorry.
question, if that's okay.
Yep.
Councilman Madore, then Pray.
I'm just curious, and this goes to both the council and the school board, both. Has anybody reached out to the previous superintendent to ask him about the previous budget and what he may or may not have used? I mean, right now, we're going by the auditors, which is the way we have to do this. But we've also got, notes from the superintendent saying that this money was used to supplement the budget. Has anybody bothered to reach out to the previous superintendent, to Frank Boynton, and ask him if indeed, because obviously he prepared the budget, if the money was expended, or if it was actually part of it? I mean, it would strike me that one of the things that could easily help this out is going to the source and asking the person who prepared that budget how that was, he might have a better idea of how the
Thank you.
drawdowns were done.
I don't believe anyone has reached out to him.
I can't speak for the school department, and I won't speak for the school board or school administration on that matter.
At least on our end, I don't think any of us have. Counselor Pray?
It's not often I get to correct an attorney, and I'd like to. Well, I believe the state statute gives authority to towns with charter. So state statute, you interpret it for a regional school district or a school union, it specifies it. But it also specifies for towns that have charters, those school boards have to follow the charters, state statute. Just in additional, I have some information here, and I don't know if this is pertinent, but I received this from our bookkeeper. As of today, the school department has taken in revenue of $6,860,892.08. Our total amount of anticipated revenue is $7,172,554. This means we are only about $300,000 short of our anticipated revenue, and we still have lingering accounts receivable. For example, $12,000 from the recreation department for electrical costs to run the lights at the pool and has not been received. In expenditures, we have a total of $5,893,732.64. Last year's accrued salaries were in the range of $500,000, and outstanding AP will probably be in the range roughly of $150,000. Now, again, these are not finite numbers. This means if we receive no more money, which won't happen because of contractual obligations, as well as EUT services, and the worst case scenarios of 650,000 summer spending for FY '22, we will still have a surplus of 317,159.44 cents, which is well over the in question $203,000. So again, I understand where you're coming from. I understand where you're coming from, but you are talking about oranges. We are talking about apples, and there needs to be something in between. The numbers have to be accurate. And what they are saying is, of that $203,000, they do not have a record of expenditure of that amount. So if it's not expended, it is a surplus,
Mary Alice?
period.
Okay, Councilor Pelletier, I guess.
The 200,000 is part of the total budget. You send your warrants, eats up that budget.
They're saying that the warrants did not. They was not expended. Just because you budget something, again, in my reference to the facilities manager, if he budgets $500,000 and he only expends 350,
It's still a moot point. The monies that we're talking about is committed for fiscal year '22. So you don't get to use them for '23 until '22 is over with it and audited.
Mary Alice, if you want to follow up.
What we're talking about again is we are working with budgeted we're working with audited numbers. And the audit we have, do not have the FY '22 audit. Once that FY '22 audit is done, it will determine what your surplus is. And you subtract from that what is going to be used in the FY '23 budget. And the remaining amount will be what will be available for the FY '24 budget. And this is the practice that the previous superintendent used. I can look on his FY '22 budget work paper. His note in here for the carry forward is amount remaining in previous year budget. He had FY '20, FY '21, FY '22, and you can go back to each of the, starting with FY '19, and you can follow through the technique that I'm talking about. This is the budgeting technique that is used. We work with audited numbers. And what will happen is all this, what you're talking about, when the FY '22 audit is done, it will hopefully create a surplus, and you subtract from it what's going to be used in the FY '23 audit, and that will become what you will have for a carry forward to be used in the FY '24 budget.
when
But
does
we
that
have
audit take
to-
place?
But we have to let the bookkeeper will provide the auditors with the school's financial details from the school's accounting software in September. And they will start the process and create these reports that the town manager showed you. And to this point, the breakdown in that report is so important, because then everybody understands what is committed and what is not committed for fund balance.
And the reason it's done that way is to ensure that the dollars we're talking about are completely accurate. Because if we start trying to use numbers that have not been thoroughly looked through by the auditor, we don't actually know what any surplus or deficit there might be, which is why there's this leapfrog year. You can certainly do a budget a different way, but it's a big gamble, because you have no idea, truly have any idea, until it's been audited how much money you have. That's why the practice has been that way. And it's not, and I just hope it's clarified, it's not that we're trying to maintain an old way of doing things for the sake of doing it. It's because of that benefit of ensuring that we're using real numbers.
Right, but the contention is that they use the audited number, because that's what's listed in the audit report. Is that not accurate?
The audited number is what the school provides to the auditor. So if there's an error within the numbers that are given to the auditor, which is what we're trying to explain with the new submission, the new submission didn't include the numbers in the same format. That's why it looks like there's money in there that they have that they actually don't. the auditor only goes off of what the school gives them. And that's why there's this discrepancy, is because the school bookkeeper did not provide the same format of unassigned and assigned as in previous years. So it looks like there's money there that there's not.
But how do you know it's not there? That's where I'm coming from. How do you know it's not there? How do you know it's expended?
I have a question, if you don't mind,
Yeah.
and it's not
No, no.
specifically for you, but it's around the topic. Is it even possible, once that funding is added to the balance, is it possible to even identify where that money was spent? It's just money that gets put into a grand total that then gets drawn down every time there's a warrant. There's no actual way to identify where that $203,000 was specifically spent. Is that part of the question you were asking?
Yes, because how can somebody then verify it?
They don't verify those individual expenditures, they verify the total numbers in those categories.
All I know is in any bank account that I have, I can log in and I can see my transaction history, period. You're telling me that that can't be seen?
But can you identify if the gas you bought, hypothetically, yesterday was from your paycheck or your wife's paycheck?
It doesn't matter if it's in a larger fund.
It's the same idea. This is the exact situation we're talking about. A family has a couple of paychecks usually. The two paychecks go into one account equal to this fund balance going into the total balance for the school. You can't humanly verify what money paid for each individual item. I can't tell you that my paycheck paid for my lunch today, because it's just a total.
Well, can I then let me further say that then? So let me ask the lawyer this question. If they can't verify that and only educational spending can be spent on education, how can that be verified?
It's the report, it's the reporting. It's this audit report.
I don't want to belabor the point, but then I might suggest that you no longer have it in one big account. The schools, under the town, you should have a school's expenditure account, a school account, and a town account, and then you can account for those transactions. Thank you.
Thank you. That idea has actually been floated, and we are very open to that. There is no issue with that being a discussion. Yes, Kama?
I'm issue 20 New York Street. I was just wondering, because it seems like the auditor really doing it in a different way than we were used to. Is it possible to speak to the auditor about changing the format for next year? So this won't be an issue going forward.
I don't think anyone from the council has an issue with including the auditor. We usually have auditors included in a joint session with the school, as Councilor Madore pointed out, and those are open to the public. So we can certainly communicate with them any concerns that the school might have with how the audit is being conducted.
I just want to clarify, I mean, having an assigned and unassigned balance in that portion of the budget. So going forward, because that total looked like $500 and whatever $1,000 instead of having the two, they're broken out.
Yeah.
That is correct, Cameron. The total that was on that last document was $595,000 some odd dollars. The difference was the reporting. The reporting of the two separated numbers on the previous audit reports was made by the whoever at the school was in charge of doing that. They reported two individual numbers that then showed up on that report. The information that was provided for the FY, losing track of numbers, 21 audit was just one single number. That's the difference. It wasn't that the auditor, used a different method. It's that rather than, as it was in the past, by, a longtime seasoned person in that position, it was identified as two separate numbers, and then lower was a total. This time, as a learning experience, somebody new to the role, it was reported as one number, right?
Yes, you showed another report on where it showed the towns, town, the education, various columns, and down at the bottom, how it's split it out. On the town side, I provided the auditors that information of how our fund balance had different commitments on it. So it definitely was just a reporting issue of yes, right there. Yes.
So this is the example here
Yeah.
of it, this total number being broken down by our staff that submitted it.
Right,
This column here is the school information that was reported by the school.
right.
Had that been separated in assigned and unassigned, as it was previously, which I'll show again in a moment, this would not be one number here. This would be a number here and a number here with a total here.
But I also want to make the point that it is this type of reporting, if you can go back to that previous,
Oh,
Slide.
sorry, I just wanted to make one more clarification. This is how remember, this report here comes from a past auditor. It's in a slightly different format, but it's the same information. School general fund, same column, same kind of categories. And the unassigned and assigned totals, these two numbers, create this number 369,000. This is the separation of those numbers I'm speaking to. In this document here, the numbers reported to the auditor were in one combined total, so you cannot identify the two separate amounts unless you look at prior year's documentation.
Thank you for showing that. Councilor Prey?
Oh, Mary Ellen
Oh,
wanted
sorry,
to
Mary
clarify.
Ellen.
I just wanted, this perception, because the money's all in one account, that there's no control. It's this type of reporting that lays out where the money is assigned. So the things are very much under control. That 595,000, the school's money, if you will, that is going to be expended upon an approved budget and the school board approving warrants.
Thank you, Mary Alice. Councilor Prey?
To the point in reference to using real numbers, if you're going to wait till the auditor verifies the numbers, you're not going to be doing the school budget earlier on. You'll have to wait until they're done. So you have to wait until the fiscal year is over. Then you have to wait for them to do their accounting and then to forward it to the auditor. Those are months. So you're probably talking about a school budget that wouldn't be approved until October. And you'd be already into the operation of the following school year. So you got to be careful in some ways of how you change accounting practices and utilizing actual funds versus projected funds. While we do get a lot of projected funds, such as what's going to be the state share, what's going to be the town share, where these other revenues are coming into, state revenues are based upon a budget that was already passed by the legislature and goes into effect July 1st. If you're going to change the school funding side of it, then the town currently sends out a bill for September and whatnot. We'd have to delay those maybe into December, maybe January. So we'd have a gap that we'd probably have to borrow money because we wouldn't be having those funds coming in if we're going to set a mill rate and send out a tax bill. If you're looking to deal with the actual numbers. So you got to be careful about how you address that.
Thank you, Councilor Prey. So I hope the 2 points here have been addressed. One, there is no school general fund account. Does anyone else have any questions about that? Okay, and then the second point of the $203,000 having already been committed in a previous budget. Is there any other question about that? Okay. Go to the third.
The third topic I was asked to speak about this evening is the payroll confusion matter. Now, let me preface this with what I had mentioned in my email correspondence to the school staff. My understanding and the understanding of my staff was wrong. And I made that very clear. We learned from that. We learned within, however many hours, a conversation with Mr. Waite helped clarify some of that. And we corrected it very quickly. I'm going to say that this started right around here. In this email. Can we see this all right? No, I can make it bigger. All right, this was an email that I had sent to the superintendent and bookkeeper and the school board chair. Good afternoon. As a reminder, without an approved FY23 budget, the school should be operating under the previous year's fiscal budget that includes payroll records. I would hate to see anything happen to anyone, see anything held up unnecessarily. Now, the reason we thought that was the practice was because that was the practice used within the town in the past. If the fiscal budget for the current year was not approved, town operated in the prior year's fiscal budget under the exact same pay scale. And later on, when the fiscal budget was approved, the increases were paid retroactive in one fell swoop on top of the regular salary. We genuinely believed that was same practice. We're not familiar with the teacher contracts. We've very openly apologized. Next paragraph in this email says, noting that we had requested information on anything that would have been impacted by the June 9th vote regarding ESSER 3 funds prior to that meeting without response, it has been brought to my attention that this will affect payroll for some. No one wants to see employees' paychecks held up from lack of appropriate communication out of their control. Town Council is holding a special meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, June 29th, to address a payable warrant needed for this weekend's 4th of July celebration. If you can send over an order and whatever information you can regarding what is needed for payroll expenses out of the ESSER 3 funding, I am happy to add that to the agenda and seek approval. Understanding that next week's payroll could be impacted by this, I want to recognize that this will be the last opportunity to address it until the July 14th council meeting. Wrong conversation. So later on, Mary Alice confirmed what we had thought. There are ramifications to not having to not having approved school budget as FY '23 begins. Therefore, I felt it necessary to draw attention to the first line of the manager's email. Payroll rates in FY '22 for all employees remain unchanged until the council and most likely citizens approve the budget. If there's a legal opinion that states otherwise, that must ultimately be approved by the town council until there is an approved budget. I too would hate to see anything like payroll held up because our records reflect 23 increases. But my hands will be tied until the council instructs otherwise. Now, that doesn't instill any sort of denial. Improves possibly, it nods to possibly needing additional approval. Hang on a moment. Oh, no, that's a little bit late. Well, I could. I was really hoping she would be entire.
Are you okay with him summarizing an email or two that he feels was sent, just because obviously he's having trouble finding it right now? Yeah, if you want to just summarize. And if anyone wants a copy of that, we can make that available.
The conversations I'm looking for are posted on the website, but seem to be harder to locate in my email in the moment. Okay. I did. So on July 5th, when the business manager uploaded the payroll, he, verified with Mary Alice that that had been done per usual. And noted that if there's any missing information, he'll work on getting that to you. Shortly after that, the treasurer lists out various things that she still needs, pre-approved warrants, payroll register, payroll edit list, normally delivered with the checks. And then the quarterly deposits reports and the budget reports. Then it was verified by the business manager that this is the first payroll of FY '23, and the dates that it covers, 3 weeks total. Payroll register is with the checks, and they're working on getting the warrant signed to and look for the tax reports. And then there is a question whether or not the pay rates had been changed, to which, rightfully the business manager says, yes, they've been changed for the employee contracts. Now, at this point in time, we still understood that we were not able to approve new pay rates. And the bookkeeper, the business manager was informed that the treasurer would not be approving the payroll until the council was provided them the direction. And shortly after that, I reiterated that she would not be approving that, and the council wouldn't take action around that. What we had asked is that they need to resubmit the records to show the prior years. Stated very clearly that we did not want to stand in the way of any school staff getting paid. And I then again mentioned that if the contracted agreements need to be paid retroactively, once the FY '23 budget was approved, we can address that when the time comes. The intention here was never to entirely deny payroll to anyone who works at the school. The impression that it was going to be denied entirely came from a later superintendent email that included mention of failure to pay employees and state law about not paying wages for time already worked. And then this public outrage occurred. We, in the meantime, on an administrative level, had learned that the school was rightfully allowed to work within those budget categories in full, not specific to line items. And we contacted the council to come in and provide the proper approval that we thought we needed at the time. And we never entirely denied paying anyone. We did not do that. There was never a point in time when the town office staff entirely denied pay to any member of the school staff. We were under the impression that it would need to be paid at the exact same pay rate as just a few weeks prior. And that if there were wage increases there, they were going to be paid retroactively, as they had been in the past within this operation, what we understood. the town office staff never entirely refused to pay school staff. That's all I've got.
I'll go to Councilor McEwen in a second, just to wrap up that, I guess, so for me, it was about 24-hour period from when I first heard of the issue until when we scheduled the emergency meeting to approve the payroll, which at the time, there was an order to approve it according to FY '22 numbers. When it was written, we were under the impression that the pay itself had to reflect the same numbers from the paychecks in FY '22, which is not correct. The school is entitled to pay out employees however they want. They have complete discretion how to use up the funds in whatever manner they want. It just has to be the amount that had been approved by the voters within that year. One of my concerns within that 24-hour period that was very frantic, I think, for all of us, was we didn't have enough time to look at the FY '23 payroll request to see if there were any other new positions or other new line items in there that had not been approved in the FY '22 budget. Not that any of us had an issue with pay increases if there were, or paying the staff, but there was this added concern of what if we pass a payroll, there could be legal ramifications if there are new items in there that were not reflected in the framework of the previous year's budget. Because we didn't really have the time to look into that, and we recognized at least a major error on our end, we very quickly shifted positions within that 24-hour period and instructed the treasurer to pay in full the request that we had been given. There's still obviously discussion to be had there. I don't know if there's issues with a new position or new line items. Not that there's anything wrong with a new position or new line items, but we just haven't had the time to look through that yet. So that was one of the concerns. And Councilor McEwen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this whole situation, the thises and everything, I think there's a construct when you look at the straw that breaks the camel's back. And I think that really occurs even if you're trying to be credible, because credibility is another big thing here too. Once an us versus them paradigm is kind of formed. I think that comes from a lot of places. I think the town's history itself. There's been contention in the past. But I also think there's a power within ourselves, the town, our administration, our chair, to set the tone of how to handle situations. And I gotta be honest with you, Chair Gleed, I mean, you have your personal opinion. And then we have situations that happen in the town, but once you're chair, it's well obvious. The media, what's gone on Facebook after this last incident, reaching out to school staff, really in panic mode. And some of the comments you've made in Bangor Daily, it's just all really disappointing to me. I think we could have gotten into a completely different situation other than what's happened today. And I think that does come from the top. And I think there's a lot of learning parties, not only within the town, but in the school too. And we could have been stewards in education for that. And as a former educator, behavior tells everything. And all I have to say is I hope this is the healing opportunity. Because I'm just disappointed. I'm disappointed to sit here. This could have gone a whole lot differently. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McEwen. And I do take note of the importance of kind of what I referenced earlier of a snowball starting and it collectively just going downhill, which includes both parties. And I'm more than happy to take responsibility for any negativity that has been brought into this situation. I think everyone has reactive parts to them when certain things come up. For me, certainly, because you brought this up, I wasn't going to talk about myself or how I know I'm perceived, but I think it is important to address. There are reactive parts to all of us, and for me, I feel, based upon what I had seen, based upon reactivity on both ends and clear miscommunication being brought out on one end and trying very desperately. I was frantic, especially with the payroll stuff. It is a very difficult situation to be in when you feel responsible for an entire amount of people not getting paid. It's tough. And it's not an excuse to behave negatively, which I have. And I want to apologize for that. And I hope you can accept that. I hope that all of us can move forward in a positive direction. I hope that there can be this openness moving forward on both ends. I hope that we don't get to the point where staff has to be involved in administrative issues, where we can all move forward working together from administration to administration. And I think a part of that is recognizing, as the manager pointed out, a lot of the people in administration, including him, are new and errors can be made. And there are learning curves. And it is a learning process for all of us, including myself. I think we can all say that we care a lot about this town and everyone that's in it. And I think we can also say that our own relationships have been fractured because of everything that's been going on. I think we can say that our own families have been fractured because of what's been going on. And I don't think any of us want this to continue, including me. I don't have the long-standing history that everyone does here, so it doesn't impact me in the same way that, you know, lifelong friends of the manager or others from the school can be so seriously impacted. I don't have that, so I can't feel it as strongly as some of you can, but I know that you do. I would hope that this is an opportunity to move forward. And I would hope that the information that we presented tonight is a start to that, to show how things have been miscommunicated on both ends, and that we are more than capable of accepting and admitting fault when we recognize it in the case of the payroll. I appreciate you bringing that up, Councilor McEwen. Like I said, I wasn't going to talk about myself, but I really felt, especially being in the position that I am, that the rest of the council doesn't have to be described in the same way as I am. We're all individuals with our own opinions and beliefs, and clearly my personal voice as a private citizen has been muddied into that of me on the chair. And me as a personal citizen can improve quite a bit as well on how I communicate. What I say is because I care about these issues, not because I hate anyone, and not because I'm trying to cause damage, but it's because I care about the kids, I care about the school, I care about the town. And in caring under pressure can come out wrong. I hope you can accept that. Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm speaking only for myself. This whole issue saddened me deeply. Especially since a lot of you are people that I worked with for a long time. Let me state first and foremost that I only want to do my job, which is the bottom line of the budget. How the schools expends their money, as long as they stay within that budget, I don't care. That is the responsibility of the school board and the superintendent. And I think there are people in that school system right now who are doing a good job, an excellent job. There are staff in that school system that I have worked with for years that are outstanding people. This has gone and snowballed into something that has gotten ugly more than I can tell you, and it saddens me that people that I have known my entire life no longer speak to me and won't speak to me. Over what? Really and seriously, over what? I don't want to take away anybody's job. I don't want to take away anybody's position. I don't want to do any of that. I just want to do my job, which is oversee the budget. Rest of it is all up to other individuals. What really matters is the fact this isn't that big a community. We all know each other. And if we don't, we should probably take the time to get to know each other. The fact that I cannot have a conversation with people without it getting nasty, it breaks my heart. Or to be avoided. To literally have somebody cross the street rather than have to talk to me. That I have known years and years and years, simply because they work for the school or they have somebody who works for the school or whatever. Mistakes are made. Budgets are prepared, but they're paper. I just want to go ahead and get back to some kind of normalcy. Do we have to agree on everything? Absolutely not. That would be ridiculous. But we can sure as heck communicate it in a civil manner. The only way to address something like this is with honesty and humanity. And lately, neither one of those have happened very much. I have kids that went through the school system. I have grandchildren that are still in the school system. I want them to be able to enjoy that time and not have to worry about somebody having a resentment because their grandfather is on the council. That is wrong. And I thoroughly hope that through a lot of this conversation, that doesn't happen ever again. The rest of this we can work out, and we will. I think the people in the positions that they're in, as far as the town manager is concerned, the superintendent is concerned, our treasurer, the school's bookkeeper are all fine people. People of high character. They'll work it out. They'll get it done. They'll fix it. I just hope the things that can't be fixed on paper are the things that divide us right now, which is the sentiment in our souls to each other. Those I want repaired. Those are what really makes Millinocket a town to live in. And those are the things that need to happen. We need to heal, and we need to heal quickly. I don't want to ever have to be in this position as I am tonight again. I think we can do so much better on both sides. And I want to have an opportunity to sit down across the table from the school board and be able to look them in the eye, not because we are both elected officials, but because we're all friends. And work towards something that is constructive. Now I'll get off my soapbox. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Madore. Councilor Bragdon?
Oh, sure, you have that one.
On a little bit of a brighter note, I wanted to talk about the meeting that I had with Josh McNaughton and Josh Deacon and Councilor Danforth. It was a very eye-opening meeting. There were some touchy topics, but there was some good that came out of it. I feel like it's good for you guys to know. I had reached out to Beth Peavy and Josh McNaughton about possibly doing a tour at the school, at both schools, to know exactly what was going on, see what was happening at the schools, and to know what was going to happen with the ESSER III funds and the projects that were going on. Jane had reached out to me and was interested in joining as well, which I happily agreed to have her come. Unfortunately, Dr. McNaughton had caught COVID, and then my son and my wife caught COVID, so that was delayed until 2 days ago. Of course, school has ended, so we did have that meeting regardless, but we talked more about the hot topics at hand. And out of the discussions that we had, I was interested in more still about what was going on at the school. So I have requested, and Dr. McNaughton has happily inclined to send it to us. He sends monthly reports to the school board to be read at their meetings. I have requested that we get it in our packet as well, so we know exactly what is going on in the school monthly, similar to the reports we get from the library. That way we can still stay informed on what's going on at the school, and he can tell us about stuff that he feels like needs to be stated. There were some discussion had about not wanting to meet with the council due to some hostility. I'm hoping that has been cleared up after tonight, after discussions have been had. I have requested from Dr. McNaughton that the school board be notified that I would like to have quarterly meetings with town council. That way, to avoid the situation in the future, the council's already aware of it. I've asked them of this too. Have quarterly meetings so we know every quarter what's wrong, what needs to be solved, what needs to be talked about, what needs to be handled. That way we're not waiting 5, 6, 1 year, 2 years before an issue comes up. We can handle it as it comes. And I still extend that invitation to the school board. I think it's very transparent. I think it would solve a lot of issues in the future when issues arise. So I still would like to see those meetings happen. As with the ESSER III funds, Dr. McNaughton had expressed some concerns about roadblocks that have been placed. We came up with several solutions, which I will work with him in the future if he's willing to work with me, about possibly setting up some orders to be taking place so no projects get overseen. That will come to the council, same as any order that we've had in the past. That way projects aren't being missed and deadlines can still be met, so those ESSER III funds can still be expended. That is some very good news. I feel like it needs to be shared. That way you guys are aware of what's going on. Jane can speak to the meeting herself, but I feel like there were some really good things that did come out of that meeting, and those were some of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bragdon. And just to circle back into quickly what Councilor Madore mentioned earlier, about the fact that we might not always agree. I don't want to obviously make it seem that everything is hunky-dory and everyone's healed and fine and we're all happy with each other again, because I'm sure that's not the case still. For everyone in this room, there's still things to process and there are still issues to deal with. We not only have outstanding issues to deal with, but I'm sure there'll be more that come up in the future, but it's how it's handled. I know that once, as Councilor McEwen pointed out, once a framework of mind has been created of opposing views, just about every new thing that validates that makes it more and more frustrating, more and more furious with the other side, as if there is another side. I think there are still things to address. I still think there is an issue, and this is not to be combative or blaming. I'm just pointing out an issue that I think needs to be discussed. there is an issue with the fact that there has been a supposed school general fund account that the entire staff seem to have been convinced exists when there isn't one. That's an issue. It's an issue that this $203,000 conversation that I had seen taking place over 4 months or so since April had gotten to this point as well. I think we all need to talk about, both internally and towards one another, how we can best move forward with these kinds of issues. Because I don't think anyone wants to continue this dynamic as what's been mentioned, but there are still things to address. And it's not about blame and it's not about fault. Wanted to point that out. Councilor Danforth?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're going to notice that out of all the council up here, I'm the one with the least comfort in speaking. My gift is listening. The work that I do is always typically behind the scenes, building networks, building community. You know, and when I was asked to pick a side, tear down my community, it tore me apart. And I've experienced some of the same things that the other counselors have talked about, you know, family members, friends, questioning my sanity or my decisions at the council level, when all I want to do is represent the town, do the very best I can, uphold the law. I'm learning too, as just in the second year as a counselor, there's quite a big learning curve sitting up here behind the bench and understanding all the interworkings of the town. I'm not a political person. It becomes very political, and then you realize you're part of something that I never thought I would be. And it's very uncomfortable, but at the same time, each and every one of us up here brings different gifts, different perspectives. And I think we work really well together when it all comes down to it. And I'm hoping that this is going to be a turning point for us too, to move forward. There is a lot of healing that has to take place in the town. We all want to prosper. We should be one community, not the municipality and the school. We need to come together. We need to figure that out. I want to be part of that solution. I will not pick sides. I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing as far as working behind the scenes. And I will not engage in anything on Facebook. And I want to meet people face to face. So I don't want people to have the perception that I'm not available or that I'm not doing my job. I'm doing it differently than others, and I'm still very accessible. And I appreciate that you're all here. Look at the time. It's been 3 hours sitting here. I'm very thankful that you're sitting and listening and participating, and I hope you'll keep coming back. I just really appreciate you. I love this town, and we're gonna figure this out. We'll get through it, and I'll be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Danforth. I don't know, point to Pelletier. That's great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Jane, in reference to being political or a politician, what politicians do is discuss policy. And what you elect somebody to do is to deal with policy. School board, town council, state legislature, Congress, the whole 9 yards. And it is a question of being able to discuss policy in an even keel. I used to tell the story a lot that people elect somebody for one of two reasons. One, they elect them because they want them to represent how they feel on an issue. Second, they elect somebody because they want them to go to their job and gather all the information and make an intelligent decision. I've tried to, most of my life, yield to the latter side of gather all the information and make an intelligent decision. That doesn't mean that all facts are the same. All perspectives are not the same. Facts do remain the same. And the question is getting to those and accepting what the reality in those facts are. in this particular instance, I believe the council as a whole has attempted, as Councilor Madore talked about, is doing your job. It's a reference to the budget and the fiscal responsibility of the community in providing all the taxpayers with a budget that justifies what they're paying their taxes for. The charter and state law defines municipal governing in a couple of bodies in most instances, like Millinocket. They set up a school system. They set up a school board that has to meet state obligations and state responsibilities. They set up a town government that sets up and has to meet its responsibilities and its fiscal responsibilities overall. And this is not a negative to school boards. They're designed to spend the money to provide the quality education. Town council has to decide how they're going to raise that money and what they're going to pay from what's developed in the last 30 or 40 years, because I remember when 100% of the school budget came from municipalities. We didn't get state share of education. We didn't get these other revenues and funds that have come along in the latter years, but property taxes is probably the most significant issue to everybody in this town. Obviously, myself having taught for a little bit at Stearns back in the early 70s, understand what it's like to be in that position, coming from a lengthy family that's been involved in education that I've spoken about before. So education is significantly important, and that's why it's still probably the largest single expenditure of any town in this state. I do recognize that I think a lot of people drew a line in the sand and saying, what I believe is real, I'm not willing to look at what the other side is seeing and perceiving. And I think that's where the mistake started. I think it happened on both sides to some degree. But it's a question of people being able to sit down and say, explain to me what your problem is. Explain to me where we differ. And we didn't have a whole lot of that from a little bit of both sides on this instance. And this is Councilor Bragdon pointed out, by the way, the charter does require the school to provide quarterly reports to what their status is, which hasn't been met. And if we did provide that and we had a broader understanding of that all along, but here and in the school board, they're citizens. That's a part-time job. It's nothing that they do day in and day out. Administrators, the superintendent, the manager, the treasurer, and the bookkeeper, they do. And they should have been sitting down very early on and working this out and not saying, my figures are right, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. That doesn't work. And we ended up in this display of this paper and the Bangor Daily and others with stories that never should have been printed. It should have been resolved early on. I'm sorry that it did, but I'm encouraged that we're going to move forward and we're going to resolve this and eliminate these types of headlines. Millinocket is a community that's rebounded from a significant economic impact. It's taken us a decade and a half to start to level out and start the uplift again. And the future will be a lot better if we could communicate with each other and we could have a civil discourse on talking about topics where we may disagree. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gray. Does anyone from the public want to address the council? Yeah, I see your hand up on the screen. We have a person here, public person here.
I'm here, you're not. Alice Hartley, Unorganized Territory. I do appreciate all of your comments. Councilor McEwen, putting your heart and your gut out there. Very kind. All of you, thank you. While you're ending on a good note, I just wanted to put a little clarification into something. Oh, and by the way, if you see me on the street, I hope to God you would say hello to me, because I would certainly say hello to you. Nothing that happens in this room changes the way I feel about anybody.
you mentioned that it was not entirely the council. There was never a time when you were thinking of payroll. In an email from your treasurer to the bookkeeper and the superintendent, it says, I too would hate to see anything like payroll held up because the records reflect FY '23 increases. But my hands will be tied unless council instructs me otherwise. That was sent to the bookkeeper and the superintendent. I believe if I were a bookkeeper, I would take that seriously. I'm sorry, but I just had to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I think everyone definitely took that very seriously. And we're operating on the best of their knowledge of how to proceed. Any other public comment? Andrew?
Hi, Sandy Sullivan, 104 Sunset Drive. I'm not sure if I misunderstood this or you don't have the answer yet. When payroll was paid, it was paid off FY '23. The '23 budget that hasn't been approved yet included 4 new hires. How does that affect that? That has not been approved yet.
Yeah, so I know that certain portions of those FY '23 numbers don't necessarily take effect until September. So there are only some positions that may have experienced any kind of wage increases that would have been reflected from agreements with the staff. I don't think we've looked into yet the details of each one of those payroll issues, potential issues. But the school is still operating on last year's budget, but they can expend however much they want within what's been budgeted. So if there was a pay increase, they can pay that until a new budget's passed, which can then cover it. If a new budget is not passed, then obviously if there's an increase sometime in the year, that money allotted in that account will run out. But they can still pay whatever they like until that account runs out or a new budget is passed.
But this in no way affects whether the town has approved these 4 new hires.
No, we don't know if any new positions are reflected in that new payroll request.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Councilor Bray.
I think Kurt's gonna do the same that I was gonna
I was just gonna say the council doesn't have anything to do with hiring or firing school.
do. Right.
The issue is the issue that I referenced earlier that I thought might be a problem is if there was a new line item because of a new position that was not funded in the previous year's budget. That was my issue. Yes, please.
Just to follow up on Kurt's comment
Yes.
in reference to that, yes, the school board can approve the superintendent to hire those positions, but if the funds are not there to pay those positions, then the school will have to find those monies out of other programs or services that they're providing within the budget that they have. So while the council doesn't get to say that, that would affect what they're asking for funds in the future, which brings us back to the 203,000 and as to whether or not it's balanced.
And to add to that, I believe there has to be a council order to allow the transfer of funds from one account into another. So even if there was a new position and the school is currently paying for it through another line item from last year's budget, the transfer of that money from one line item to another to cover the new hires would have to be approved by the council. Matt, if you had something on this specifically.
Yes, I would just like to point out that to my knowledge, as the president of the union, that no new positions have been hired. And if you look at the postings of those positions, they actually say anticipated, because we know that the budget has not been passed. So anything that has been hired is a reflection of positions that have been vacated by staff, but have been included in previous budgets, to my understanding. Just so that you're aware of that.
Thank you. Allison, your hand was up and now it's down. I hope you didn't feel that we didn't see you there on Zoom.
Oh, not at all. I know that we're very late
If you could
and
just
I'm
say your
not
name
trying.
and address, please. Sorry.
Oh, yes, Allison DeMello, Cedar Street, Millinocket. I know that we're very late here and I don't want to keep anyone later. I just wanted to pretty much go off of what Alice mentioned in the audience, that I hope that we can heal and we can work together and we can find that common ground with each other. I don't want to speak for my fellow colleagues. I'm speaking my opinion. What we see in the media does discourage us as educators. It does batter our superintendent. It does batter us trying to make a difference. I just hope that this will come to an end and we can work together instead of seeing negativity, and we can heal from this. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your comment. Yes, please. Name and address.
Nancy Terrio, 484 Poplar Street. I too, like Jane, like to take in a lot of information and like to come up with some resolutions. I guess my observation is, in terms of this whole mess, if there would have been a school budget that had been accepted, we wouldn't be in this mess. And I guess I want to know, as a taxpayer and a citizen, when can we expect the school budget to be accepted? Number one. And number two, I've held a lot of positions that I've been held accountable to get my budgets in well in advance, so we go into a new year without all this help. So this is disappointing that that has not happened. And I think as taxpayers, citizens, school employees, town council, that's something we really need to work towards to get budgets done on time. So we know what to expect. Everybody knows what to expect, whether they're in this room or whether they're home. There's a lot of people that probably still don't know what to expect. There are a lot of property owners that are worried about their taxes. So I think we need to really move forward and get this budget taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you. I think a lot of us feel that way as well. To pass the new school budget, there were two issues referenced by the superintendent. One of them, he claimed that he could not pass the budget without having access to a school general fund account, that we were denying the school of that. As we referenced earlier, there is no such account. The second part was the dispute for the $203,000, which we've also showed tonight, of how it played out with that leap year, and how the process works with using audited numbers. That's a good question. I can't speak for how the experience has been between the two administrations on resolving these issues, but I do know that it dates back to April. I would hope that we can convey to the superintendent and the school board kind of what I feel a lot of us anyway, I'll speak for myself, have resolved tonight, which is, in my view, a renewed sense of just moving forward in a better direction. I would hope that we can convey that to the point where we can have that conversation to address those two issues, to make it clear that we do not have any accounts that are being withheld. and that the $203,000 was committed to last year's budget. I don't know how that will look. But I can say for myself that I won't be involved other than trying to convey a renewed sense of cooperation. That's all I'm gonna do from here on out. Otherwise, it really is an administrative issue. And that conversation needs to be had. We want to work together. And I think it takes a meeting of the council and the school board and the superintendent to hopefully show a disarmed council that we are not aggressively seeking anything negative or trying to disparage anyone, but that we're trying to resolve these issues. That's all I really can say on that. But those are the two hangups, at least, that we've heard from him feeling capable of passing a budget. Those two items. Did I answer your question fully?
I guess I just want to know next steps, where to go from here.
I think that's an administrative conversation, and I think that's all of us just. That's a good question. I think we all need to go home at the end of this and think about how to do that personally. There's a hand up on Zoom. Can't read the name. Todd Phillips.
Yes, this is Todd Phillips, 85 Somerset. I just wanted to say that I wanted to thank the council for showing a heightened level of integrity. I think it really may not matter what the situation was. You chose to do things differently. You chose to do things with a greater sense of transparency. And obviously there will always be mistakes made for that. I do appreciate that the auditor's opinion was taken seriously, not just for the sake of quote unquote not getting caught, which is rather disturbing from all prior councils, and that this council has chosen to live up to a standard that will drive this community forward. I want to thank you for your professionalism, your honesty, your humility, and for doing what you feel to be the right thing. As you say, moving on administratively to resolve some of the unresolved issues, I trust we can do that. But despite what the issue is, you guys handled yourselves really well. Pete, your detailed presentation was rather eye-opening for me. And I do appreciate everyone's support for you as well as the other council members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
I'm going to try to keep this brief because I can't promise you I'll keep it together the whole time. That's out of emotion, not out of sort of anger. I made an administrative error. And then we learned, and then we corrected it. I'm very sorry for the role my administrative error played in what played out the past week. I've dedicated the last 4 years of my life, professional life, to support this region, specifically this town. Spent countless hours playing for the performing arts, volunteering for anything and everything that I can. My family has been here for generations. And we've done nothing but good in this community. And I promise everyone in this room and in this town that I'm going to continue to try my absolute best to do what is best future of this community. Lately, I have not been able to go to the grocery store, gas station, even dump. Really, really deeply saddening. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for making my administrative error. And I'm sorry for the role that that played in what we're dealing with, Brady.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. I think everyone can relate to that level of pain in this room. Thank you for sharing that. Yes.
Thank you. I'm Beth Peavy. I don't reside in Millinocket, but I am employed by the Millinocket School Department. Peter, thank you very much for admitting publicly I made a mistake. It takes a very big person to do that, so we appreciate it. Counselor Madore, Counselor Bragdon, Counselor Danforth, Craig. Thank you all for your kind words. We appreciate that as well. I'm a little sad to see that some of the main people involved in all of these issues are not here tonight when the entire council, as well as their legal counsel, is here. But I do appreciate the open meeting format. That is necessary. I wish it could have been done with all of the key players present. And Councillor McEwen, thank you as well for the words that you had to say. And I would just like to caution you, Mr. Chairman, that you said you often comment as your reactivity as an individual. But when you are an elected official, and you are talking about official town business, that can't be done as an individual. You are always looked at as the chairman of the council. So in the future, I would caution you to think about that, because the negativity that was in the media played a very large role in our staff feeling underappreciated, undervalued, and that the work that they do every single day is not important. And that's wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, and I've heard every word of what you said, and I appreciate you saying it. Yes.
My name is Sasha Dewey, 53 Cedar Street, East Millinocket. I noticed that police officers usually at every town meeting you guys have.
They've only been to one other recently. I asked them to be here tonight because of some death threats that were made towards the council.
Okay.
Thank you. Kyle, others?
I would like to reiterate what Beth said. Mr. McEwen, thank you for what you said, because I 100% agree that the comments in the newspaper by the chairman played a huge role in this. I can't say for sure, but my guess is that the school board and the superintendent would have been much more willing to talk, as they have with Counselor Bragg and Counselor Danforth, if lawyers didn't have to get involved because of those newspaper articles. So I thank you all tonight for your willingness to move forward. I thank you for your comments to the town manager. One of the first things I want to make sure that I did today was thank you for your email that you sent to us. It was very much appreciated. It does take a large person to apologize for a mistake. And you certainly did that in your email, so thank you. I am also glad to hear that the chairman will be taking a step back from the conversations with the school, because somebody else or the rest of the council should certainly be taking the lead on that. As far as the death threats, it is very disappointing that it got to that point, and certainly should never have happened, and whoever those people are should be ashamed of themselves. I was very disappointed to see that an email yesterday that put the blame on the school staff for those death threats. It took about 2 minutes of research to find that the people who made them, whoever they are anonymous, but the details of their lives are very clear, and they don't even reside in this area. So I think that that's very disappointing and should be mentioned as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. I will happily mention that. I did respond all, or reply all to that email that Josh had sent in response to my message, but it bounced back and it didn't go to any of the staff. I want to clarify, I never accused any school member of making a threat. What I wrote is that the inaccurate posts have created a platform for people to write that, for people to make threats. I've never asserted that a school staff made those threats. Those posts were anonymous on Reddit, so I have no idea who wrote it. And I didn't make any assumptions. It was the platform and how everything got so heated to this point. And noted again on your feelings about the press and the effect that that's had. I will point out that the lawyers had gotten involved earlier on than that because of the issues that we went through tonight. Please.
But I really think that part of it, and again, I'm not part of these conversations, but if I was a lawyer, I would certainly be telling my clients not to speak to the media as well. So I think, and also to the people accusing me of things in the newspaper. So I really think that that's the issue. And so without those, and it's not like those were comments that came from, the reporters weren't at a council meeting and the counselors were saying this and talking about these issues that we've discussed tonight. It's that whoever contacted who first, the reporter or the chairman, these were coming directly from you, outside of these meetings. So it would have been so much better, and as far as communication wise, if it had happened publicly instead of just showing up in a newspaper. When as a teacher, when you have students coming to you and saying, what is going on? Why is the school stealing money from the town? That says something about the effect of those articles. And so it goes beyond just the adults arguing. It did get down to the kids. And so as much as we hear that, everybody wants to do everything that's best for the kids, we had to navigate that in our own classroom. So I am very happy to hear that we want to move forward. And I think it certainly is possible after tonight. But I think it is going to take a little bit of time to heal. So I just want to add that. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Yes.
Hey, y'all. Julie Duke, 12 Prospect Street. I will make it quick. It's very late. Speak to that because I think we've heard a lot of that from the section of the town that's upset about things being in the paper or things being in whatever, but I know that I've seen articles in the paper recently from people involved in the school system, from people involved in, and there's been veiled things tonight that have said, you know, where everybody can see it, on the website where everybody can see it, you know, like on the town page where everybody can see it. Well, I'm gonna tell you what, I know that nobody in the, I've never appreciated something more than I appreciate the teachers in our school system in general. I love them. Some of them are my dear friends, some of them are my family members. I know you're loud. I'm super loud. And I've been incredibly willing to give of myself to them and to praise them. And I have been incredibly critical of town government my whole life. For the most part, because I've been privy to the process, and there have been times where I've had to remind the town councilor in my own life to keep his personal feelings under control when it comes to town business. And he's learned over time, which is lovely, and we all will, like, that's gonna be the thing. But when you point those kinds of fingers and say, well, if you hadn't done this contentiously, or you hadn't done that, Facebook post was shared and 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 shared, and then it made it onto Reddit. And people's lives were affected, just like people's life. I mean, everybody's life in this room has been affected by the things that people have said that are not true, the things that, the issues that have been miscommunicated, the fact that people, that egos get in the way of critical thinking, all of that. And it's, I have never felt so like lost in this way here, like between, like pulled like this. My children are still in school. My son, to me, the best human on the planet, has benefited from almost every person sitting here. Some far more than others, some, but everybody, every single one of you. And that I can never repay that. But then you have like dissonance on the other side where I'm like, what is happening to my, I'm not even a council member. I'm not even a really like vocal and outspoken community member. That's gonna change. But still, it trickles down to, and so when we're talking about what's best for the kids, when we're talking about what the kids see and then talk about, when we're talking about, you know, like how it affects the kids' lives when they see this and this and this and this. Okay, that's correct. That's true. But can we paint everything with that brush then, please? And just all stop this? Like, I don't even have, like, I'm Mrs. Facebook and I don't have a Facebook anymore because I'm not, this has become from all sides completely and utterly disappointing and toxic. And we are all, every one of us, better than this. What it boils down to is fiscal responsibility. Nobody's being fraudulent. None of us would be fraud. None of you. No one is being fraudulent. This is literally personal problems at this point. This is people in administrative roles, superintendents, town management, town council, school board, saying things and then not showing up to put their weight behind those things. It's like the Wizard of Oz, the man behind the curtain, the woman behind the curtain. It's silly. It's disappointing. And as a person who's trying to raise children in this town and came back as a young person to make my life here and believes in it and loves it here and is trying to raise responsible, critical thinkers and citizens here, this is a terrible example of that from everybody's point. Everybody, all of you, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sandra?
Hi, Sandy Sullivan, 104 Sunset Drive. In addition to blaming the council, my recommendation is that maybe some people need to take back to the superintendent that he needs to get behind his own statements instead of trying to funnel them through other people. He needs to work within the town frame, not be sharing emails between attorneys, which, by the way, I thought really was supposed to be confidential, but evidently not. If the superintendent has something to say, then get his butt in this chair and say it. Don't have everyone else saying it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. And just not to get into a whole,
No,
let's please move
what
beyond
we
that.
need to do is we need to embrace the superintendent, because I'm pretty damn sure if he decides to leave, we're gonna have a hell of a time finding another one. That's what I really believe. And he's a good guy. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm hoping that this conversation was positive. As I mentioned earlier, to the question about how we move forward from here, where we stand is those two issues to be resolved with the superintendent. And the manager, if the council is good with it, we'll reach back out to the school board and see how we can schedule a meeting and hopefully move forward. Councilor Cray?
Yeah, I would just hope that everybody would stay to see what the town council really does.
Yeah,
Before you move on.
Diana, please.
I do have an opinion as department head. Dinah Lakeman, department head, town clerk. I need to thank our administration. Thank you for not involving your staff. My heart and my stomach are broken, and I want to thank Mary Alice for catching flaws that can be rectified by true government that I absolutely do not like to follow. Again, I'm behind the notepad. Thank you to our administration for not putting your staff of the town of Millinocket in the situation, unfortunately, that the school has been under. And I just wanted to thank you, Peter Jamison, personally, because you do not need to feel bad of how you've made a minor error that has been torn apart by other entities that also need to apologize. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Stephanie?
I'm gonna do something I don't normally do, and I'm gonna ask my husband if it's okay if I speak. I may never do this again, so usually I do it without asking. Is it okay if I say something? Stephanie Jameson, Rush Boulevard. I just wanted to say that I'm so incredibly proud of you, Peter. And I agree, you're not the only person who needs to apologize, and I don't think that people understand the effect that this has had on our lives and on our family. There are people in this room who raised me, who were such a huge part of my life and my childhood, and I've seen colors in people that I don't know that I'll be able to unsee. I'm glad that I'm hearing people say that they want to move forward and heal and whatever. I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. I'm not feeling it. I'm feeling hurt and disappointed and sad, and I'm grieving, and I hope that I get there, but I wanted to put that out there. And I want to be able to take my kids to the pool and not be worried about what people are going to say to me or about me or to my kids. I want to be able to go to Hannaford instead of sending my mother, because I'm afraid that I'm going to run into somebody who's going to look at me or say something about me or immediately pull out their phone and start texting about me. Like, this is childish stuff. We are all bigger than this and better than this. We should be. I'm really proud of you, Peter, for setting the example for our kids. what a leader looks like, and I love you, and I do love this town, and I just wanted to say that, so, thanks.
Thank you, Stephanie. I hope that this is a positive discussion for everyone. We will certainly always remain open as we were tonight to answer any questions. Our door is always, always open. Certainly Peter, his door is always open, to a fault. He would sacrifice himself for anything. So I hope if anyone has questions in the future, please ask. We are more than happy to provide anything you need. And with that, unless there's any other council comment, we will move forward in our agenda. We could take a bathroom break before we do that. Let's do a 10-minute break, if that works for everyone. 9:30, we'll be back. All right, everyone. We can all settle back in our seats. We have a council meeting. That was just a presentation.
We haven't done any actual business.
All righty, everyone. Oh. All right. Since the adjustment was made that there's no town manager's report, we will move to new business. Order number 193, 2022. Councilor Danforth, if I could have you read that, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, order number 193-2022, providing for execution of the town warrant for July 14th, 2022. It is ordered that the town warrant for July 14th, 2022 in the amount of $349,911.81 is hereby approved.
Second.
Motion by Councilor Danforth, seconded by Councilor Madore. Heavy hitters.
Yeah, there are a few. $53,698, ATV grant. Am I there yet?
That 53,000 might be question. Okay.
Thanks, Brad.
John Raymond is the owner of Gary's.
That's not our.
That's not our.
All righty, 53,000 was for John
okay, so-
Raymond, not of Millinocket.
Thank you. So that was the airport lawnmower. Correct?
Tractor.
Okay, tractor. Thank you. Thank you. Equipment, all right. Next up, $8,000 road line painting, $34,013.01 Maine Water Company, that's hydrant rental fees. We have some tipping fees, $13,835.07. Millinocket Memorial Library, $15,537.75. $2,500 for Central Maine Pyrotechnics. That was our fireworks. $3,131.72 for diesel fuel. $2,602.58 for Green Thumb Lawn Service. The other really big one, $138,707.60 for the CDBGs that the work in for Underwood Electric, the work in Veterans Park, and $15,906.80 for the town of East Millinocket, that's for police services.
Thank you, Councilor Danforth. Any other council comment? Seeing none, that of the public? Yes, please. Microphone, please. Still gotta do the whole name and address thing.
Sorry, Matthew 230 Main Avenue. I just have a clarification question. The prefix of 2022, when we're in a new fiscal year, is there a reason why it's not that way? Is it just listed as the prior year, or should it be 2023 expenditure?
So the town passed our budget, but we haven't,
Just on the order number, I'm just curious, that's all. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong, I was just curious with the prefix. Goes by calendar year, not by
okay.
fiscal year.
Oh, now I
Okay.
understand what you're asking. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Any other public comments? Seeing none, back to council. All those in favor? Passes 7-0. And Council Danforth, if I could have you also read order number 194, 2022, please.
Yes, order number 194-2022, providing for execution of wastewater warrant for July 14th, 2022. It is ordered that the wastewater warrant for July 14th, 2022 in the amount of $3,972.24 is hereby approved.
Second.
Motion by Council Danforth, second by Council Madore. Heavy hitters on that.
There's a couple. Not really, we can go on. $1,275.85 to Oliver Associates, Katahdin Motors, $753.84. And lastly, $500 for Cal Septic Service. I'm thinking that's 4th of July.
Thank you, Council Danforth. Any other council comment? Yeah, wastewater.
Cal Septic is probably for the dump station at the dump station at the chamber, building. RV dump station.
Thank you for that clarification.
Any other council comment? Seeing none, out of the public? Also seeing none, back to council, all those in favor? Passes 7-0. Councilor Pelletier, if I could have you read order number 195, 2022, please.
Order 195-2020, providing for approval of application of appointment to the cemetery committee. It is ordered that the Millinocket Town Council approves the appointment of Deborah J. Bradford to the cemetery committee for a 3-year term to expire July 2025. No, Deborah's up on 2020, and is the only application on file. It's approved, one full-time position remains available.
Second.
Motion by Councilor Pelletier, seconded by Councilor Bragdon. Discussion of the council? Seeing none, out of the public? Also seeing none, back to council, all those in favor? Passes 7-0. Councilor Bragdon, if I could have you read order number 197, 2022, please.
Order 196 or 197? Order number 196, 2022, providing for approval of an application for a vehicular license for Hotel Terrace / Jimmy's Lounge. It is ordered that the attached application for a vehicular license is hereby approved for James Lawrence, 364 Cotton Avenue, Millinocket, doing business as the Hotel Terrace, Jimmy's Lounge, 52 Medway Road, Millinocket.
Second.
Motion by Councilor Bragdon, seconded by Councilor Madore. Discussion of the council? Seeing none, out of the public? Also seeing none, back to council, all those in favor? All those opposed, all those abstained, passes 6-0-1. And Councilor Madore, if I could have read order number 197, 2022, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Order 197-2022, providing for approval for donation. It is ordered that the Millinocket Town Council approves a donation to the Millinocket Little Giants for helmets in the amount of $1,035.52. This donation will be paid for by using the unspent FY22 budget from the Public Health and Welfare Agency Department.
Second.
Motion by Councilor Madore, seconded by Councilor Danforth. Discussion of the council? Seeing none, out of the public? Also seeing none, back to council, all those in favor? Passes 7-0. And Councilor McEwen, if I could have you read order number 198, 2022, please.
Oh, yes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, order number 198-2022, providing for approval of town manager's salary increase. It is ordered that the Millinocket Town Council approve the $5,000 salary adjustment for the town manager in accordance with his contract, which will change his annual salary from $75,000 to $80,000.
Second.
Motion by Councilor McEwen, seconded by Councilor Madore. Discussion of the council? Seeing none, out of the public? Also seeing none, back to the council, all those in favor? Passes 7-0. That brings us to reports and communications. Warrant Committee for the July 28th, 2022 council meeting will be Councilor Madore and Councilor McEwen, if you're both good with that. Thank you both.
Did I miss one?
Yes, you did. That was 2 orders, yeah. Yep. Welcome back. Any chair committee reports? Councilor Danforth?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make a very quick, age-friendly Millinocket Chair Committee and just say that our pickleball nets and paddles are in, or at least one set of them that we purchased through some of my Thrive Penobscot grant funds, and that former Councilor Randy Jackson was the one that really put the push behind to get some pickleball nets and paddles for us to be able to use at the tennis courts. And they will be available at the Kentucky Gear Library to borrow like other equipment is. We don't have a July meeting. Our next meeting will be August 16th. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Danforth. Any other chair committee reports? I'll just give a brief update on sustainability. The manager, myself, and Amber, the CID physician, had a good meeting with NBRC to clear up some final issues regarding getting our notice to proceed for the airport project for the engineering. So pretty shortly here, we should have a notice to proceed so that we can finally have the funds come through and do what we need to do. It will require making a slight amendment to a previous order that we passed because the numbers came in a little bit differently when we actually went out to bid versus what we were awarded. So we just have to make an adjustment. So you'll be seeing that at our next council meeting. Other than that, there'll be some new committee meetings scheduled for both economic development and sustainability as well in the near future. And appreciate all those who have been involved up until this point. And with that, moves us to our 2-minute public comment section. If anyone from the public wants to address the council. Chief Malcolm.
I'm Malcolm, Fire Chief, 73 School Street. I just want to make sure the council all knew that I have filled one position at the fire station. The position that I had open has been filled. Aaron Lee, Aaron's from Medway, he's a firefighter. Basic EMT at present, enrolled in a advanced class. And I've got some prospects for the other two that we passed this year's budget. Thank you.
Congratulations, Chief, and welcome to Aaron. Any other public comment? And seeing none, I'll seek a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Doris, seconded by Councilman Danforth. All those in favor? All those opposed? 5-2, we are adjourned.
Yeah.